Liam, The Ghosts of Culloden Moor, Book 14, written by Diane Darcy, narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Chapter 1. Culloden Moor, July.
Number 42. Are you here, lad?
Sansa called out in the distance. Liam MacGregor's head shut up, what there was of it, being a ghost and all. Regardless, even he could feel the surge of joy and anticipation that swept through him. 'Twas his turn. Finally, it was to be him. He moved toward the young lass where she stood among grass and heather, surrounded by others of his kind. Ghosts they might be, but the lot of them were warriors, most savage, and all Highlanders. He didn't rush, wishing to savour the moment and wring a bit of fun from the situation. "Did ye hear that, lads? Me number's come up. Move aside, then, else you'll be swept away by the importance of this occasion." "We'll be swept away by your arrogance, you mean?" Number 17 called out. "Or his big head, as it swells behind him," Number 54 added. As his brothers in arms laughed, Liam smiled all the more as he passed the others, some disappointed, some amused, and all of them envious. "You're not to be jealous. She'll get to those less important in time. In the meanwhile, dinna block my progress, else you might disturb the important task I'm to perform." More snorting and insults flew through the air until Liam was laughing. "Aye, lads, little Sonny has called my name, my number. That she did. I'm to go next." "Pox on your arse, you addle-pated braggart," someone called out. "A little further north, to be sure," another responded. There were chuckles, smiles, and more light-hearted chaffing. Exactly the reactions he looked for. He stopped, his way blocked by number 41. "Away with you, laddie." The big man crossed his arms. "You've not the bollocks to do the task, so I'm willing to take your place. That way you'll not have to suffer the shame of having done such a poor job of it, aye?" "Aye, right. So that's the way of it, is it?" Liam challenged. "You tried to shove in front of your own brother. You're no blood relation of mine, so why wouldn't I take your spot?" The others laughed. "Nae need to be crabbity." Liam simply walked through the other wraith. "I'll have you know my brothers went before me because Sonny was saving the best for last." "Oh ho!" Number 41 followed. "So that's why the rest of us are left behind ye. We're the best." "Nae doubt ye tell yourself such. Keep believing, man. 'Twill warm your bones in the cold of night." When he reached Sonny, she was smiling, her face plainly showing she enjoyed the fun.
You are a braw lad, young Liam. Think you're ready to complete your assignment?
He bowed. "That I am. Where am I to go? Are ye to whisper it in my ear so the others can wait and wonder?" They'd all been wondering. Some of them questioned whether they went anywhere at all. Others, if the witch was tasked with sending them to heaven or straight to hell. But all hope she truly delivered, and they'd be given a shot at the pretty prince himself. Her smile brightened. "Aye, you see that, lads? She's a smile upon her face. I'm to go somewhere pleasing, and that's a fact. From the looks of her, she has something special in mind for me." The young girl's face was impish.
I do, as a matter of fact.
He turned back to the others again. "Do you hear that, laddies? I'm to go to the best place yet." Sonny laughed. Another good sign, to be sure. His own smile widened.
The way I hear it, you've always had a bit of the luck, haven't you?
The wee witch smiled, her brown eyes merry. "Oh, aye, just enough to drive my brothers mad." "Your brothers, you say?" Number 73 spoke up. "What about the rest of us? Having to listen to your boasts and to look at your smirking face? We'll be glad to be rid of ye." Now, dinna be jealous. You'll get your shot soon enough. That is, if I leave you anything to scrape off the floor after I'm done with yon pretty prince." There was more laughter all around. "Ah, now and away with ye," number 15 called out. "'Twill be a lot quieter around the moor, 'tis for sure. Oh, 'tis sweet of ye all to come and see me off this way. I ken you'll miss me, but 'tis the way of it." Moor snorting. "As much as one might miss a sticker right on my arse," one called out. They all laughed, and Liam turned to Sonny. "Begging your pardon, young miss, just be ignoring the lot of them. These lads aren't fit to lick your boots."
Dinna be too hard on your fellow ghosties. 'Tis sure and certain they'll miss you, and I'm sorry to take you so soon.
"Why are ye, then?"
Your task is up, and 'tis time you completed it. I know ye lot think I choose these things, but they come up as they will, and 'tis your duty to fulfil them, or not.
"Have all satisfied so far?"
That would be telling, wouldn't it now?
She winked. "And do ye swear there's something left of the prince? After all that have gone before, I have my doubts he's even around."
Oh, dunny worry your head on that score. There's plenty of the man left.
"Even after my brother, Gareth?" Her eyes gleamed as if amused by a secret.
Even after Gareth?
She clapped her hands.
All right, enough of your dawdling. Do this or no, 'tis your choice. I've others to see this night as well.
She looked up into Liam's face, and he detected a smidgen of sadness. He winked. "Miss me, will ye?" Worry filled her gaze. "Are you all right then, dear sonny?"
Oh aye, dinna you worry about me. I'm happy with the lot of you, but at the same time, I miss each one that goes.
A thrill of fear shot through Liam at the last word. After 270 years tied to this place, they were just to go. Go where? The ever-ready smile froze.
Are you ready to face the unknown?
He did not let a bit of fear stop him. He nodded quickly. "Aye, that I am." He took a last look around at the boys. They'd spent much time together, in life and in death. They were his brothers and his friends. The thought of not seeing them again was suddenly not to be borne. "I'm off to do my task, and soon you're to do yours. Till we meet again, brothers." The men murmured their goodbyes with a sudden air of sadness. He could not bear to leave in such a way. "Come, lads, dinna forget though I'm gone, and will nae doubt accomplish much more alone than together you're capable of. You're not to be jealous. I'll succeed in my task, slay the prince, and move on to my just rewards to await ye. Have a care ye've something interesting to report." He lifted a hand. "Haste ye back, laddies." There were snorts of laughter and abuse, and then Liam was ready to go. He smiled at the witch. "Aye, lass, I'm prepared now." Green already swirled about the girl's skirts. Amusement danced in her bright eyes, mischief in her wide smile. "Lass," he said in a warning, "I hope I'm to like where you send me." She was openly grinning now, which gave him pause, more hope. He wasn't sure which.
Aye, Lee MacGregor.
Her voice seemed to echo now, as dizziness overwhelmed him.
You're sure to like this just fine.
Amber could certainly hold her own with her father, but she just didn't see much point in it anymore. She'd say one thing, he'd say another. Neither would agree. Not ever in this lifetime. And then they'd both do what they wanted anyway. The entire thing was ongoing and pointless. But it didn't stop her father from trying. Someday she was just going to disappear. She'd change her name again and go live on the beach in Hawaii. "Amber, you know I only want what's best for you." She smoothed her layered shirts down over her skirt.
What is best for me is to distance myself from the family business.
"We're family. You can't change that."
I'm a smith now.
Her father stood from behind his huge, overlarge desk. the lights of Las Vegas highlighting him through the glass wall of windows at his back. Just because you change your last name, it does not make you a Smith. You are a DeLuca. She could see his face was starting to get red, just like it always did. She worried he'd end up having a heart attack someday, so she did her best to stay away. She didn't want to be responsible.
Dad, it's not my fault you're a career criminal.
He banged his hands on the desk, causing his thick, dark hair to fall into his eyes. None of the charges have ever stuck, and you know it. Only because he paid off policemen and politicians alike.
We're not going to argue about semantics.
She waved a hand and turned her back to walk toward the priceless paintings on the opposite wall. She stopped and studied the pictures her mother had loved so much. She'd definitely classed up their lives and would be horrified by Amber's current living arrangements.
I'll tell you something else, Dad. I don't appreciate your goons picking me up off the street and dragging me out here. Mom would definitely not approve.
Maybe not, but she wouldn't approve of your lifestyle either, so don't go all high and mighty on me, little girl. Amber didn't try to deny it. She walked over to the window, if you could call it that, and looked out at the bright lights of Las Vegas. She crossed her arms.
How do you keep finding me?
At that, he smiled, and even at age 55, reminded her of a gleeful little boy with his hands caught in the cookie jar, but knew he wasn't going to get in trouble. I have my ways.
I'm sure.
His face darkened again. Speaking of which, I found out about that trailer park you're living in. Now it was her turn to smile, so she turned away and looked out at Las Vegas again. Granted, she wasn't happy he'd found it, but for the last 2 months had known when he did, he'd flip.
What about it?
A trailer park? Seriously? You're a DeLuca?
Smith.
What would your mother think? She shrugged.
I like the location. And it has new carpet.
He stood and stuck his finger out in that weird, underhanded way he had of doing. You listen to me, young lady. You're my daughter. What you do reflects upon me.
And vice versa, Dad. I don't want you coming to the trailer park and scaring my friends either.
His eyes widened as he shot her an incredulous look. You're worried about what your friends are going to think? Your trailer trash friends. What about me?
I don't want you to drive there with your limousines and your bodyguards and wave guns around. That's out. You got that? That's out, or you're in for it.
How can you stand there looking so much like your mother and act so differently? He looked genuinely confused, and she felt bad for him. She'd moved away for college, even though her father wanted her in the same city. He'd put pressure on her, but she'd been determined to live life on her own terms. Still was, for that matter. Your mother always told me to keep you close.
Dad, she meant to stay close to me in your heart, not your location.
I knew her better than you did. She threw her arms up in the air. He'd see what he wanted. Her father rounded the desk and moved across the thick, plush carpet toward her. He still looked young, handsome, and not for the first time she wondered if he'd remarry and take his focus off of her. He held his hands out and, as he was her father and a loving one, she gave him hers. What can I do? What can I do to make you see all I want is what's best for you? He shook her hands slightly in frustration. Why do you persist in crossing me? My worst enemies don't cross me.
Why? What will you do to them? And I guess the next question is, are you going to do it to me?
He turned away in frustration, throwing his arms up in the air. The man truly was a drama queen, but that wasn't new. She'd grown up with this. She decided to take a different tact.
Look, Dad, I'm 24. Just let me live my own life.
What? Writing those magazine articles? You know you're only able to write those because of all the places I took you when you were a child. And you know what else? You could still be going to those places right now, wearing gowns instead of jeans. He shot a scathing look at her clothes. If you'd spent that money I put in your bank account.
Dad, you made it on your own. Why is it so surprising to you that I want to do the same?
By living in a trailer park. She knew she shouldn't say it, but she couldn't help the ingrained habit of tweaking him.
It's all I can afford.
He yelled in frustration. You're driving me crazy, you know that, right? You're driving me over the edge. She knew she was, and that quickly, the fun went out of the situation. She crossed over to her dad and put her arms around him from behind and leaned her cheek against his shoulder blade.
Dad, just let me do this, okay?
He was tense, but after a moment he relaxed and pressed his hand over hers. Your mother wouldn't like it. You know that, right?
You're so full of it. You know very well she would be the first one to cheer me on.
He laughed as well. All right, I'll give you that. It's just you should be careful, all right? I don't want anything to happen to you. She took a step back and he turned. She looked into his worried blue eyes.
Like what? Are you having some trouble or just worried about my location?
He dropped his gaze. I'm your father, he shrugged. Don't worry, all right?
Dad, what's going on?
His shoulders hunched. Everything is fine. He picked up a pen from off his desk. I'll have Victor drop you off at the trailer park. He'd capitulated too easily. Was there something going on she should know about? Something dangerous?
You'll do no such thing. You can drop me downtown and I'll make my own way home. I don't want your guys around my place, got it?
He sighed. Just be careful, all right?
Why? What's going on? Is there something I should know about?
Don't you worry your pretty little head. She gnashed her teeth. But now that I think about it, that trailer park might be the best place for you at the moment. She decided she didn't want to know.
All right, just get me out of here.
Stay safe, all right?
You got it, Dad.
She was definitely going to avoid him and whatever situation he was embroiled in. One moment Liam was caught up with a storm of green, of ghosts, of intense feeling, and the next he was dropped to his knees, gasping for breath in a crowd of noise and people. He moved his hands quickly in order to avoid being walked on.
Did you see that?
A young lady asked. Sonny! He raised his head. The steady stream of slow-walking folk glanced at him as they passed by. He was in the middle of a sea of people, and he quickly scrambled to his feet, standing taller than almost anyone around him. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped, and his hand went to his sword. What was going on? Where was he? He glanced around and tried to spot an enemy, but all he saw were tourists. Men, women, and children wearing the type of clothing he'd seen often over the years at Culloden Moor. And though it was night time, Lord, it was hot. This was like nothing he'd expected. Hundreds, mayhap thousands of people moving against and around each other. Lines of slow-moving cars in designs and colours, the likes of which he'd never seen. Colourful buildings that rose high into the sky. The noise was almost painful. He'd hold his hands over his ears if he could, but he didn't dare release the grip of his sword. Two young ladies stared at him, but when he met their eyes, they joined the crowd and moved on, whispering and giggling as they strolled away. Hey, there's another one. Liam turned to see a tall, thick-set man wearing knee-length breeches and an overlarge white shirt with short sleeves. He ran forward, grabbed Liam's elbow and pulled him into an alcove out of the crowd. Liam thought to attack, then changed his mind as the man wasn't carrying any weapons. Mayhap he was to help him in some way. "Okay, right here is good. Penelope, Rory, come over here and stand by us." Two slightly petulant children, bearing an unfortunate resemblance to their father, came to stand on Liam's other side. The man put his arm around Liam and smiled toward a short brunette woman that Liam could only assume was his wife. She lifted a camera. He'd seen hundreds of those and pointed it at them as the crowd veered around them.
Smile!
A second later, he was slapped on the back. "Thanks, buddy. Nice costume. Here." The man thrust a paper bill at him, which he recognized as money. "Thanks for your trouble." The four of them were soon on their way, rejoining the crowd of people walking between buildings and a slow-moving line of cars. It was better off to the side. He was able to get his bearings and looked around while feeling less threatened. He took it all in at once. The huge buildings, the bright lights and colours such as he'd never seen before, the people laughing and talking. Everything was vivid. He'd not remembered living to be so colourful. A man approached and handed Liam a piece of paper, and he glanced down and was so shocked by the picture of an unclad woman he dropped it and shoved the man away. The miscreant bumped into a couple, cursed him in a language he didn't ken, and skittered away. And that fast, Liam realised where he was. He was in hell. Sansaray had lied and sent him straight to the devil. He did a quick recap of his life and death. Granted, he'd made some missteps, but he'd never thought to end up here. The noise was deafening, and he wished to get away, but was so shocked by Sonny's betrayal he couldn't move. He couldn't believe it of her. He wouldn't believe it. Realization hit him as well as relief. Of course, this, then, was where Bonnie Prince Charlie resided. Of course. Was he meant to find the villain? Find him and destroy him in whichever way possible? Then go on to his true reward? He glanced around, and though some of the people were strange to look upon, and many of the ladies wore next to naught, none resembled devils or demons. But Sonny had deposited him here for a reason. He looked behind him to see a lake, though not one of fire. Beyond it rose the grandest building he'd ever set eyes upon, grander even than Edinburgh Castle. People gathered around, jostled him, and suddenly the water before him rose and began to dance as music filled the air. Liam gaped open-mouthed. 'Twas wondrous, unlike anything he'd ever beheld. He was mesmerized by the movements, as were those around him. He watched as every bit of the spectacle and after it stopped, and people began to move toward the grand building. He decided to follow. As Sonny had placed him here, mayhap the prince was inside the building. Perhaps if he followed the line, he'd be led directly to the blackguard himself. If he knew anything about Charles Stuart, and he did, the man would be in the grandest building, no doubt holding court. Perhaps the water had been a taunt daring him to enter, or a display of his power here. There was only one way to find out. Chapter 2. Amber was in the back of the limousine. She'd tried to get Victor to take her downtown in the gardener's truck, but he was having nothing to do with it. He'd grown as pretentious as her father. Occasionally, Victor looked at her in the rear-view mirror, his eyes disapproving.
What?
She finally asked. Why do you have to drive the old man so crazy? You know the rest of us have to pay for this when you do it. For the next week or so, we'll have to hear in a variety of ways about how ungrateful you are and how he's worried about you. She lifted a shoulder defensively.
Why can't he lead a life on the straight and narrow? Why did he have to be somebody I can't be proud of?
You're funny, kid. You know that? Most people would just be glad to have what he's offering, without caring about where the money came from.
You keep telling yourself that, why don't you? I don't think most people torture others in their basement and then walk on with their merry lives spending blood money without worrying a thing about it.
Sorry you had to see that, Princess. Amber flinched. The princess comment shouldn't hurt, but it still did after all these years.
You know what? Just shut up and drive.
You got it. She rolled up the window between the two of them and sat back. Growing up, her dad called her princess. Her parents had spoiled her so badly, she'd taken it for granted that she practically was one. Her senior year, not long after her mother died, she'd found her father with Victor and another thug in the basement torturing a man. She'd run away. She could still remember her father calling out to her, "Princess, come back!" She'd never let him call her that again. She'd gone away to college and tried to forget the whole thing. She shouldn't have agreed to come back to Las Vegas to live, but her therapist thought it was a good idea to try to lay the past to rest. One of the first things she'd done when she'd arrived was demand her father take her to see the man he'd tortured, so she'd know if he was still alive. Her father had gladly done so. "See, you blew the whole thing out of proportion." She didn't want to believe her father was a murderer. Other than a few unknown cousins, he was the only family she had. So she'd simply tried to forget about it and move on with her life. She'd tried living with her father again, but at 23 years old, she just hadn't been able to do it. She'd considered moving out of state, but she wasn't ready to do that yet. Closure, right? And family. He was all she had left. Family was complicated. She knew that was true for everyone. For now, she was just living her life on her terms, with no interference. But if he kept pulling her off the street whenever he wanted to talk to her, she'd open up a map, choose the state furthest away from Nevada, and start over again. Liam went inside the golden building and was suddenly in heaven. He didn't ken this place at all. Huge flowers hung from the ceiling. There were more dancing water displays, marble floors and beautiful paintings. It smelled wonderful, of fresh meadows and flowers. Was outside hell and inside heaven. Father McGuffey had explained the place many times, and Liam had always pictured the underworld as lakes of brimstone and fire, interspersed with ghastly torture. So, what was this place? There were people dragging packs on wheels, others lined up to a big desk, many people wandering around taking pictures. Everyone seemed happy enough. Liam openly stared at everything and everyone, still unsure he'd come to the right location. Bell-like noises rang from another grand room, and he headed in that direction. He wandered inside the smoke-filled room to find people sitting in fancy chairs in front of flashing boxes that twinkled and flared with beautiful colours, running numbers and various fruits. Another family hurried to him and took another picture, giving him more money to stuff in his sporran. It was all so confusing, but he didn't feel threatened. There was an air of frivolity, people yelling out in excitement and gazing in hope and adoration at their colourful boxes as they pushed at the pretty white buttons in front of them. He started to calm, could feel himself relaxing. He quite enjoyed the spectacle of it all. Groups of people stood around a table, throwing dice and yelling occasionally. He realized exactly where he was. A gambling den. Like naught he'd ever seen before, but he recognized gaming when he saw it. He walked to the most crowded table and pushed his way forward for a better view, just as a cheer rose in the air. The man throwing dice was laughing, but sweating too. He had a frenzied look in his eyes, and Liam wished to tell him it was of no use. In hell, a man couldn't win. No doubt it was but another way to torture, perhaps an entry to worse, an endless round of hope and disappointment. Liam wouldn't fall for such. The gambler spotted Liam and returned his gaze. "Should I roll again?" The man wished to. Liam could clearly see he was aching to do so. Liam lifted a shoulder. The man wiped sweat off his forehead. He gazed around at the crowd, spurring him, shook the 2 dice in one hand, then glanced back at Liam. "Any chance you're lucky?" Liam grinned, feeling steadier, finally getting his bearings enough to relax. "I am a black-haired, blue-eyed Scots. I am nothing but lucky." The man held up his hand. "Come blow on my dice." Either way, Liam had no doubt the man would lose. This was hell, after all. But since he was starting to have fun, he decided to play along. He jerked his chin. "I'll not do it unless there's something in it for me." "Done. I'll give you 1/4 of my winnings." Liam could see the desperation in the man's face, the desire to believe. "1/4, is it? I'll have to rethink, won't I?" He turned to walk away, and the gambler called after him. Wait, I'll give you 30%. "If I'm to be giving away me luck, I'll have to take half then, won't I?" The crowd, smiling, laughing, urged the man to take the deal. Desperation pulled at the man's thin face, and he finally nodded. "Okay, it's a deal. You all heard me, right? If the man blows on my dice and I win, I'll give him half my winnings." Everyone around the table smiled, laughed and clapped, enjoying the display. Liam straightened his shoulders and shifted forward. He hadn't been lying. Until a musket ball to the chest ended him, he truly was known to be blessed with fortune, a fact that drove his brothers to madness. He was curious to see if his fortune held, even in the depths of the netherworld. Since he'd arrived, he'd had money thrown at him twice by those wishing for his picture. Third time was a charm, was it not? He bent over as the gamester was short and gently blew onto the dice in the man's open hand, doing it slowly and making a spectacle of it. The gamester's face filled with hope, fear, and eagerness. He turned and, without gripping the dice, gently threw them to the table. Everyone held a collective breath as the dice bounced once, twice, before settling. "Snake eyes for the win!" The crowd exploded with screams, cheers, and backslapping. No one was as surprised as Liam, but he cheered as loudly as the rest. Aye, then, it seemed even in hell his good fortune held. Amber was dropped off at the curb. Victor, of course, did not get out to open her door. That was fine by her. She didn't want to see his ugly face again for the rest of her life, let alone the next 10 seconds. She gladly stepped out of the car herself and barely stopped from slamming the door. Feeling like a hooker getting dropped off at the curb didn't improve her mood at all, and she quickly merged with all the foot traffic and headed down the strip. Why couldn't her father just leave her alone? Why couldn't he just let her live her own life and stop trying to interfere all the time? She tried to decide whether to get a cab to take her home or to call one of her friends. Well, friend. Roger was the only one with a car, but chances were he wouldn't have any gas, or just enough to get to work in the morning. He'd come if she asked, but she didn't want to do that to him. Besides, his car broke down half the time, and she didn't want to feel responsible for that. She'd look up the bus schedule on her cell phone. Though it was full dark, it was warm, even for July. Las Vegas was going through a heat wave at the moment, not unusual for July, but worse than usual. As she meandered down the strip, she kept her eye out for an unoccupied bench. She wondered for about the 10th time whether she should just call it a day and move out of Nevada. After college, her father had given her a one-way ticket home and frozen her bank accounts to force her hand. Typical behaviour for him, so she hadn't been surprised. At that point, she hadn't really considered anything else anyway, though her father's actions had made her realize he thought she'd been making plans. Would that she were that intelligent. But this was her home. She'd been raised here. Her mother was buried here, and she hadn't thought to go anywhere else. Unfortunately, with her mother gone and her father getting crazier by the day and caught up in all kinds of illegal activities, maybe it was time to go. She didn't want to get caught up in that. The only problem was, though she made enough to support herself, she was broke. If she did leave town, it would be her father's money financing it, wouldn't it? And though her accounts had been reopened since the moment she'd hit Nevada, she didn't want to touch his blood money. Which meant she had to earn it herself. Maybe she could write some additional travel articles using the internet as motivation. She could get a job, but really didn't want to plant roots if she might leave. She would try writing something else, maybe, though she didn't know what. She'd heard relationship stories sold well. Perhaps she'd read a few and see if it was a good fit. If that didn't work, Velma might help her get a job at the flower shop she worked at. She continued to wander, still scanning for a place to sit so she could look up the bus schedule when she was grabbed from behind. Chapter 3. With his sporran full of the money a woman helped him retrieve in exchange for chips, Liam asked around the gambling den, but no one had heard of Bonnie Prince Charlie. Someone suggested he try Madame Tussaud's wax museum, but Liam didn't know what that meant, though the man had tried to give him directions. One thing he did ken, though, was the prince was not inside. He was outside, somewhere. Perhaps at Madame Tussaud's, though perhaps not, as the man who'd given him the information had smirked. He tried to find his way outdoors again, but it took a while. It was all very confusing. Did his brothers have a hard time as well? There was no way to tell, but as he'd only 2 days to complete his task, he'd better get to it. The place was enormous, and it took him a while to find his way out of doors again. He'd finally followed a crowd of people looking as if they knew where they were headed, and ended up outdoors again with an entirely new crowd. He followed toward the main street and the slow-moving cars. He was starting to think that mayhap this place wasn't hell after all, or heaven either, but simply a city where people lived. Granted, he'd not seen the like or heard of it, but that did not mean it didn't exist. He headed along the main thoroughfare, made a right, and stopped at the first normal-looking man he saw. "Excuse me, can you please tell me where I am?" The man, clean-shaven, shorter by a head, and with balding blonde hair, chuckled. "Too much to drink? I've been there before, buddy. Right here in the strip, as a matter of fact. Where you staying, and I'll point you in the right direction." "Is that the name of the city, the strip?" The guy chuckled. "Whoa, you really been on one. You're in Las Vegas, city of sin. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Does that ring a bell?" He was in Las Vegas. It meant not, but did convince him he was still on this earthly plane. So perhaps the young pretender wasn't here after all. Mayhap he needed to clear his head and start looking for the task he was to accomplish before his time was up. He'd not wish to shame himself by being the first to fail, would he? Not that he knew what the others had done before him, but the witch seemed pleased enough by everyone's progress. She'd certainly not complained at any rate. With a new sense of purpose, he headed down the street, looking for a task to complete. A woman screamed. Liam's eyebrows shot up. That was easy enough. Apparently, he'd simply needed to focus better on his task in order to have it set before him. Eagerly, he pushed his way through the crowd. Amber couldn't believe this was happening, but it didn't stop her from reacting. She screamed out her rage, only stopping to draw in another breath. She kicked out at the two men holding her, going for knees, throats and groins. She scratched and bit, all the while shrieking and flailing. Why wasn't anyone helping her?
What do you want?
She didn't know the men, but they weren't thieves, of that she was certain. Not only were they completely ignoring the purse still strapped around her body, but she had her suspicions they had something to do with her father. Perhaps that little something he'd been worried about. They tried to lift her, and she wiggled out of their grasping hands and landed on the sidewalk with a painful thump. She groaned. The taller of the two grabbed hold of her legs, and she kicked him, landing a blow to his shin, causing him to stagger back. The shorter, more muscled man grabbed her under her armpits and started dragging her, and she screamed again, long and loud. The driver of the idling limousine jumped out and glanced at the growing, useless crowd. "Come on, let's go!" He leaned down, grabbed her purse, and pulled her forward, using the strap. The strap held. Her purse contained her name, address, and so essentially her new life. She wasn't giving it up easily. She'd fought too hard for her independence, and until she was ready, no one was going to take that away from her. She drew a breath and screamed again. Two of the men hefted her up and walked her flailing body the few feet to the open limousine door and tried to shove her into the back seat. She put her feet on the other side of the door, pushing for all she was worth. She could feel herself weakening. They were going to win. She bucked, pinched the skin of the man she could reach, arched her body backward. She drew in a breath to scream again and was grabbed and wrenched away by one of the biggest men she'd ever seen. With a loud whoop, Liam threw the girl over his shoulder and took off running. He wound his way around people, accidentally shoved a few, and ran into the road for a moment before jumping back onto the walkway. He turned a corner and, with the crowd thinning, finally had enough room to run flat out. The girl, hanging over his shoulder, bounced against him and clung to the plaid at his waist. He didn't know if her attackers followed, but he was having too much fun to stop. If his brothers and friends could see him now, rescuing a beautiful, valiant damsel, stealing her away from 3 villains. He grinned and would have laughed if the rescue wasn't taking his breath away. He finally stopped and ducked into one of the many shops lining the streets. Panting, he set the girl gently upon her feet and with a huge grin straightened to look down at her. "Do you think we've lost them?" Mouth slightly parted and breathing hard herself, she stared up at him.
Please tell me you're one of the good guys.
His breath caught, and he placed a hand to his heart. Good Lord, the girl was a beauty. She had thick, dark hair that curled about her shoulder, wide, dark eyes that could melt a man with a glance, and lush, pink lips that begged for a man's kiss. Match that with creamy skin, high cheekbones, and a vulnerability that tugged at his heart. She wore a tan skirt that showed much of her legs and a couple of thin, pale pink shirts. A pretty gold pendant glowed at her throat. He was in love. Possessiveness such as he'd never known rose up within him, and without a thought he leaned down and stole a quick kiss. She slapped him hard.
Who do you think you are?
He laughed, unsurprised, knowing he deserved it. Sorry, lass, I couldn't help myself. Her beautiful eyes narrowed.
You did help yourself. Now who are you?
I was sent to save ye and to keep ye safe. I'll do both and gladly. That seemed to startle the girl.
My father sent you?
Nay, lass, I didn't know your father. 'Twas a young lass what sent me, knowing you'd be in danger and would need my help.
Who?
He shook his head, well aware she'd not ken his sonny. It doesn't matter, just know you're safe in my care. At that, he glanced around the store they'd entered, filled with fine vases, paintings, and swirls of glass such as they'd never seen. There were 2 customers admiring the wares, and a door at the back. Come. He took her hand and pulled her along the length of the store, only to find the door locked. Hey, what are you doing? Liam turned to see a slender young man with a disdainful air. Is there a back way out? The man crossed his arms over an extremely slender chest. Not for you, there isn't. Liam considered bashing down the door, remembered what he carried within his sporran, and pulled out a bill. You're sure? The man gasped, then quickly removed a key from his pocket. I've just remembered that, yes, there is a way out. He opened the door with his key and gestured them forward. Down the hall and to the left will get you out on Harmon Avenue. He snatched the bill from Liam. Nice doing business with you. Liam quickly drew the girl after him, noticing the softness of her hand, and gratified by the way she clung to him, even if it made his newly beating heart thunder in his chest.
You just gave him $100 bill.
Did I now? It didn't matter to him. He'd have no use for riches where he was headed. They followed the man's instructions and were soon out on the street again. There was no sign of pursuers. Lass, I didn't know this place. Perhaps she could give me further instructions from this point. Still holding his hand, she took the lead. As he followed after her, he realized that he'd gladly follow her anywhere. Chapter 4. Amber clasped the man's hand in hers, and wasn't sure if she liked the thrill of attraction she was feeling. He'd rescued her, sure, when no one else had come forward in the huge crowd. Don't get involved, right? She thought cynically. But this man was not anyone she would have expected to see. He looked like a Scottish warrior or something. She couldn't help but wonder if he was performing somewhere, perhaps at the Excalibur, and the way he had taken her from those men, thrown her over his shoulder, and run. Well, phew. The rescue had certainly targeted all her romance buttons, which made her want to laugh at herself. What was she? Some sort of damsel in distress?
Hey, is there any chance you have money for a cab?
He looked confused, but nodded. Aye, I've money enough for all your needs. Not stingy. That was always a virtue in a guy. She rolled her eyes at her own musings. What did that matter to her? He wasn't her boyfriend or anything. She led them to the next casino they came to, found the cab line out front and guided him inside one. Where to? The driver asked. She didn't know whether to go home or not. She glanced at Mr. Gorgeous, who seemed content to follow her lead, and still hadn't let go of her hand.
You really don't know my father?
He shook his head. Nay, lass, I'd tell you true if I did. She wasn't sure whether she believed him or not, but did know she wasn't willing to take him home. If she was being targeted, stolen off the crowd-filled streets of Las Vegas, this had something to do with her father. She gave the driver her father's address and settled back in the seat. She drew her hand from his, and his lost, disappointed expression as he gazed at her hand made her instantly regret it. He glanced at her. Who were those men? She shook her head. The man filled 3/4 of the back seat as he turned slightly toward her, giving his legs more room.
I don't know. I'm going to ask my father that exact question.
He nodded, settled back, and looked out the window. I've not seen anything like this place.
You've never been to Las Vegas?
He shook his head. I've been to France and to Italy, but I've never seen anything like this.
I'll give you that. Whatever anybody says about Vegas, it's unique. Are you from Scotland?
Aye.
What's your name?
Liam MacGregor.
Liam, huh? Savior of young girls? You weren't in a movie, were you?
Looking confused, he shook his head.
I'm Amber Smith.
She held out her hand and wondered if she was using the introduction as an excuse to touch him again. The guy's good looks were really doing a number on her. Her heart rate was still up. He took her hand again, this time in both of his, and tingles of attraction started at her hand and travelled up her arm. "'Tis pleased I am to meet ye."
Not as pleased as I was to meet you. I didn't need my ear getting cut off or something.
His eyes widened, then narrowed, his expression turning fierce. "Those men wish to cut off your ear." She shrugged.
I hope I'm being overly dramatic, but with the way my dad collects enemies, I just never know.
Again, she realized he still held her hand, and this time she didn't pull away. There was a part of her that wanted to snuggle close to him, absorb his warmth, his strength. She was still feeling shaky, trying to hold it together. But 2 men had just tried to pull her off the street. 3 if you counted the driver. What the heck was that about? Maybe Victor had sent them. He'd be glad to get rid of her, wouldn't he? And he was the one person who knew exactly where she'd been dropped off. He could have called when she'd raised the window. And now she had this hero, a man she didn't know anything about and probably should be suspicious of, but she just wanted to crawl on his lap and let him hold her close. She was losing it. They finally approached her father's house, and she sighed. Her dad had some explaining to do, and that was always exhausting. Amber instructed the driver to drop them off beside the iron gate, and when Liam tried to give the driver a bill, Amber grabbed it, sorted through his money, and handed the driver a different one. Liam couldn't tell the difference. The driver shot her a sour look, and while Liam considered teaching the man a lesson in manners, Amber exited the cab, and Liam hurried to stand on the blacktop in the heat of the night. Amber pressed a button beside the gate. "Who is it?" She grimaced at the camera and tilted her head toward him.
My dad hires idiots.
She pushed the button again.
It's Amber,
she said, her voice irritated. Within seconds, the iron bars parted, and they walked toward the brilliant white mansion with its curves and glass. The property was amazing. Much the size of a small castle, though it didn't resemble one in any likeness. They walked up a flat stone driveway, around a fountain, and toward huge double doors. One swung open as they approached, and a tall, muscular man stood in the doorway, the light at his back. "Amber, I didn't expect to see you back so soon." Amber shot the man a look of scorn, which immediately put Liam on edge.
I'll just bet you didn't, Victor. Is my father in his office?
"Yes, from your tone and your new companion, I'm going to guess something has happened." She ignored him and headed past a huge staircase that broke off in two directions up at the top. She went into an elaborately decorated sitting room and passed through it to round the corner into a man's plushly decorated office. An older but seemingly fit man sat behind the desk, and he glanced up when they entered. "Amber, this is a surprise. Have you changed your mind about staying here?"
Nope.
There were huge windows overlooking the glowing city below, and many beautiful objects within the room. Paintings, sculptures, rugs. Liam didn't know where to look first, but he couldn't truly enjoy the moment, because Victor had followed them, and Liam was trying to keep the man within his sight.
Father, someone tried to kidnap me tonight.
The man rose from his chair. "What?" The word exploded from him. She pointed behind her.
Victor dropped me off on the strip. Not long afterward, 2 men and their driver tried to force me into a limousine.
"Did they say who they were? Why?"
No. Surprisingly, they didn't introduce themselves as I was kicking and screaming trying to get away.
Amber's father looked behind them to Victor. "What do we know about this?" Victor, arms crossed in front of him, shrugged. "Pleddy? Maybe Donovan?" Amber's father rounded the desk and took both of her hands. He shook them once. "How did you get away?" She jerked her head toward Liam.
This man saved me.
Her father pulled Amber close for a long moment, then let her go and held out his hand to Liam. "I'm Niall DeLuca, and who are you exactly?" Liam shook the man's hand. "Liam MacGregor. Thank you for saving my daughter. Now, who are you?" The man looked at him with suspicion. "Who are your people? What do you do? And how did you come across my daughter at exactly the right moment?" The man didn't trust easily, but Liam didn't blame him. He and his brothers never trusted either. Civil unrest sometimes kept them from knowing friend from foe. "I'm from Scotland, near Balquhidder. My father is John Gareth Michael MacGregor. My mother, Mary Alice, who comes from the Sutherlands. By profession, I'm a soldier." "What branch?" "Foot soldier." "Army?" "Aye, with the army. We ended at Culloden Moor." The older man nodded, his blue eyes piercing. He looked at Victor, still standing slightly behind them, and nodded once more. The man turned and left the room. Liam's eyes narrowed. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he could tell these men were dangerous. His only concern was to see the girl safe, which he supposed she was now she was with her father.
Dad, I want an explanation. I want to know why you can't seem to let me live away from you without bothering me and pulling me into your concerns. I'm just trying to have a normal life.
"Honey, come on. You know you weren't born to have a normal life. It was never in the cards." She pressed a hand to her forehead.
Dad, I mean it. I just want you to leave me alone or I'm gonna move to another state.
"You're not doing that."
Why not? I did it while I was in college.
"And you never came home for Christmas, did you? I was lucky if I received a birthday card. We're family, and regardless of the way you've decided to try and live your own life, you're not moving to another state."
We can't see each other anyway. Look what happened tonight. I came here, and I have no doubt that either someone in this house put a target on my back,
She glanced behind her to where Victor had left the room.
or some of your rivals followed me downtown and watched me get dropped off. Either way, I'm not safe. If Liam hadn't come along, what do you suppose I'd be doing right this minute?
"If you would just stay in this house, you'd be perfectly safe."
In this prison, you mean?
Mr. DeLuca made a sound of disgust, threw his arms up in the air, and returned to his desk once more. He sat hard in his chair, glaring at his daughter. Liam glanced around, surprised by her interpretation of the place. He'd never been anywhere so fine. Well, except perhaps earlier, when he'd gone inside the huge building looking for the prince, but he'd certainly never lived anywhere so beautiful. "If you leave this house, I'm going to have to insist you have full-time protection. Victor can watch out for you." She made a scoffing noise.
No way, I'm not doing that.
"You will do it, or you will never leave this house." She shook her head.
Not gonna happen.
Mr. DeLuca studied Liam. "What about you? You obviously have training. You're big and intimidating, and you snatched my daughter out from under the noses of 3 men. Would you like a job?" Liam didn't know how long he'd be around. After all, the witch could show up at any moment. But since Amber was likely his good deed, and the witch had yet to show, he expected this was exactly where he was supposed to be, especially since the thought of her in any danger and without him didn't set well. "I'll gladly accept the position, sir. You see how easy that was? You seem to like the guy well enough as you brought him here. Now just take him with you, wherever you go, and I'll let you leave the house." She turned her glare onto Liam.
Thanks for that.
"It's him or Victor." Her eyes sparkled and her lips were tight as she threw her arms up in the air.
Fine.
"As for you," DeLuca looked at Liam, "I'll find out who did this, but know that you probably made an enemy of a powerful man today. So lay low, keep my daughter safe, and you and I will get along just fine." Liam nodded sharply. It wouldn't be the first time he had enemies. Mr. DeLuca pulled a clipped bundle of money from a desk drawer and slid it across to Liam. "Consider this an advance. Keep my daughter safe, and there's more where that came from." Next he slid a phone across the desk, and Liam's eyes latched upon it. He'd seen the like around Culloden Moor. In recent years, everyone seemed to have one. Supposedly, a person could speak into them and talk to others from great distances away. He'd wished to try such a thing for a long while. He took it off the desk, and it felt cool to the touch. Excitement rose within him, and he wondered who he might call. He supposed he didn't have anyone to call, but mayhap he could remedy that. "Thank ye, sir." Mr. DeLuca chuckled. "Go on, take the cash as well." Liam scooped up the money. Wasn't sure it would fit in the sporran with the rest he'd already accumulated, and so he tucked it in the pocket of his shirt. Amber let out a sound of exasperation.
Come on. I don't know why we even came here.
Victor came back at that moment, gave DeLuca a slight shrug and a shake of his head, and offered them a ride. Liam could see Amber didn't wish to accept, but she nodded once.
Fine.
As soon as they were in the car, Liam ran a hand over the smooth seat and glanced around, excited by the difference from the cab to this car. It was luxurious, sleek, smelled good, and had all the legroom Liam could have wished for and more. He wanted one. "Anywhere specific you want to go this time, Miss Smith?" Victor's manner was insolent. Liam glared at the back of the man's head. "You'll not take that tone with the lady, else you'll answer to me," he said with force. Victor's blonde head turned. "Oh, really? No, you listen here."
Just take us back to the strip.
Amber quickly rolled up a dark window between the seats that blocked Victor. He truly wanted one of these cars. Liam tried to take Amber's hand once more, but she wouldn't let him. He found he missed the warmth and delicacy of her touch, and considered ways to return to her good graces. She might not want him with her, but he'd been charged with her care. He didn't want to leave her anyway. Mayhap he would grow on her. They were soon back on the strip, and Victor dropped them at a walkway and immediately took off.
Good riddance.
Amber blew out a breath, then held out her hand, and when he took it in both of his, she studied him with a watchful air.
This is where we part ways then, isn't it?
The girl thought to escape him. He smiled. "I'll not be so easy to evade. I've been known to track for days if need be, though I suppose I could simply make my way back to your father for direction to your dwelling."
If this is because my father gave you money, then keep it.
"Nay, 'tis because I'll not let any harm befall ye." With a sound of frustration, she jerked her hand away and turned and walked into the crowd. He was right behind her. As they made their way through a third casino, Amber was pretty sure no one could have followed her this time. Well, other than the Neanderthal at her heels. She didn't speak to Liam for a long while, but it was sort of sweet the way he touched her lower back to direct her, moved people out of her way if he felt they came too close, and constantly searched the crowd as if anticipating danger. She had to admit he did make her feel safe. Once her temper cooled, she actually felt nothing but gratitude for the man. He'd saved her, and who knows what might have happened if he hadn't. She didn't want to dwell on it. Yes, he'd taken the job her father offered, but she actually believed it was more for her benefit than for payment. He'd already had that large wad of cash he'd been flashing around, and the fact that he didn't seem to understand the value of money softened her further. She finally stopped, and he halted beside her, his gaze wary. She glanced around the busy casino.
I don't know anything about you. Where do you live? If you're determined to follow me back to my place, do you have clothes you want to pick up?
Liam spread his arms wide. "This is all I have."
So what? You're like a Scottish Jack Reacher? You only buy one outfit at a time and chuck it when you need another? I hate to break it to you, but there aren't any kilt shops around here.
He shrugged, looking bewildered and uncomfortable. She sighed. Maybe there was a language barrier.
Come on, let's go spend some of the money my father gave you and get you some new clothes. You stand out like a sore thumb.
He glanced down at his clothing and ran a hand over his plaid, then looked around at the crowd. "I suppose my clothes are of note."
You think? You're making me a walking target. After running around and dodging in and out of casinos like mad people, we don't want to go outside and have someone recognize us based on your appearance now, do we?
He nodded, then pointed at a man in the distance. "Can I purchase something similar to what that man is wearing?" She tried to follow his gaze, but there were so many people, she wasn't sure who he was referring to.
The man in the grey suit?
Liam nodded, an eager smile lighting his face.
You don't want to wear shorts and a t-shirt? It would be a lot cooler outside.
Liam shook his head. "Nay, I wish for that garment." Still chuckling, she held out her hand and he quickly took it, his eagerness doing strange things to her heartbeat. She dragged him out of the casino and toward the indoor mall on the other side of the building. If Liam wanted to look like James Bond, who was she to stop him? Chapter 5. Liam stared in the mirror and seemed a bit awestruck as he turned from one side to the other. She didn't blame him. She was feeling a bit breathless herself. "I wish my brothers could see me now." She lounged back in the chair.
Let me guess, you make that look good.
He grinned. "I do indeed."
Well, I won't say it hasn't been fun finding you something that fits. You're lucky they have a big and tall section here. And yes, that does look good on you. But did I mention I live in a trailer park? I'm just not sure where you're planning to wear the suit.
They'd gone to 3 stores, Liam keeping a constant vigil, as no one looked suspicious, and truth to tell, she was having fun and was in no hurry for the night to end. It had been a good time all round. Big, tanned, and handsome as the devil, Liam looked wonderful in everything he tried on.
You're sure you don't want any shorts?
"Perhaps some of those." He pointed to a pair of jeans in the large display window. She arched a brow.
You do like to dress well.
She stood.
I'll check and see if they have your size.
When the gentleman who'd been helping returned with the requested shoes, she asked about the jeans. In short order, they'd purchased the suit, jeans, and a couple of shirts, 2 pairs of shoes, and some underwear, because apparently the rumour about what Scots wore under their kilts was true. They also bought a leather satchel for his clothes and money, and when he transferred the cash from his sporran to the much larger bag, the seals clerk widened his eyes. "Are you sure I can't get you anything else?"
Thank you, but that will be all for now.
She led Liam out of the store before he could continue shopping. He took her hand once more, and attraction surged like electricity between them. On her part, anyway. She sighed. She was attracted to the big guy, and wasn't sure how she felt about it. That hadn't happened in a long while, since college, in fact, and never to this extent. She'd considered ditching him, but Liam had made her come inside the dressing room to keep her safe. She could have protested, run away, but knew he'd eventually find her again anyway. Plus, there was a sort of lost quality about him that called to her. She'd feel bad if she left him. So she'd simply turned her back, let the man dress, and even instructed him when he'd claimed he didn't know how to use a zipper. He'd been so serious, she still wasn't sure if he'd been awkwardly flirting with her or not. They walked to the side of the crowd.
So do you want to pay for a cab, or do you want to take a bus back to my place?
I've seen buses in Scotland, but I've never been on one.
You've never been on a bus?
He shook his head. Am I in for a treat? She smiled.
I guess we'll see, won't we?
About an hour later, they stepped off the bus. When can we ride again? Liam said the words just to make her laugh. She didn't disappoint and giggled once more. His reactions to the passengers amused her, so he'd exaggerated his responses. He enjoyed entertaining her. He'd seen some strange sights in his time at Culloden Moor. Life had changed dramatically over the years, as he and the others had remained unchanged. Clothes, attitudes, hairstyles, speech. And in the last 50 years or so, the changes had been dramatic. All of it interested him. On the bus, there was certainly a mix of different kinds of individuals. Some well-dressed, others wearing animal prints, leathers and the like. Some prosperous-looking, others pierced, tattooed, and wearing next to naught. And a variety in between. An older lady had a kitten in her purse. Watching others get on and off left him in anticipation of who could arrive next. He truly liked the bus. They walked through a neighbourhood unlike the one they'd left, with all of the flashing lights, brilliant colours and loud noises. Here it was dark, quiet, and didn't seem the sort of area he would wish Amber walking alone in. As he was there, it was fine for the moment, but he did not think he'd like her staying here after he was gone. Where are we?
I think you could safely call this the outskirts of town.
They headed toward what looked to be rows of rectangular structures. What is this place?
Twin palms.
Palms?
A type of tree, like the ones in Hawaii or California.
Where are these trees?
Apparently they died years ago. My friend Roger is trying to collect money to replant them, but no one has much spare change, so it's sort of a no-go. But palm trees or not, the name is stuck.
As they walked past stone pillars, they veered toward the right, because in the centre was a rounded area with a big plant of some kind, the likes of which Liam had never seen. He reached out to touch it and was poked for his trouble. Oh,
Why would you touch a cactus?
he shrugged and stuck the offended digit in his mouth, but after a few seconds it didn't hurt anymore. He tried to look for damage, but it was too dark to see anything, regardless of lamps lit at various locations throughout the place, and the soft glow of lights coming from most of the conveyances. What are these buildings?
Trailers. This is a trailer park.
Ah. He nodded as though he understood, but he'd never seen the like. She led him to one of the darkened structures, up a few steps onto a platform, retrieved a key from her purse, and opened the door. She flipped on the outside light to reveal a pretty area with a table, chairs, and various types of potted plants.
Come inside.
He moved forward and stood looking around. This place is tiny.
I'll admit, it does seem bigger without you in it.
He stood in a living area with a couch, a chair, and a television. He recognized the box from the displays at Culloden Moor's visitor centre. He'd even watched shows before with his fellow ghosts, when the night guards would occasionally bring their own small entertainment devices. He glanced at the kitchen area and beyond at a hallway. He didn't wish for any surprises and gestured to the corridor. May I? She nodded once and he walked past her kitchen and flipped on a light. The first doorway revealed a bathroom, the next a closet, then a small bedroom. After that, a slightly larger one with fluffy bedding and pillows. He looked around with interest at the pretty paintings, framed pictures of people on the wall, and frilly green curtains. That was the whole of it. How did she live in such a place? It felt cramped, crowded, and barely better than a tent. He went back down the hallway to find her filling a pot with water.
Can I offer you something to drink? I have water, tea, coffee, juice. Does any of that sound good?
I'll have some water.
Ice?
He shook his head, and she stuck a glass inside a small cavity in the refrigerator, and water poured into the glass. Ingenious. She handed him the glass.
Yeah, sure.
There was a knock on the door. Liam tensed before moving in that direction, a hand on the grip of his dirk. He opened the door to stare down at two harmless-looking people, a young, scruffy man, and a beautiful young woman wearing quite a bit of face paint. Her eyelashes appeared unnaturally long, and her hair inexplicably defied the laws of nature, blonde hair rising above her head in a most unusual way. Have you had a fright, lass?
Liam!
Amber was by his side.
Hey, Roger, Velma, come on in.
Liam moved back so the couple could enter, and they stared up at him, wide-eyed as they passed by. Roger, sneaking peeks at Liam, spoke first. We didn't know you had company. Amber shrugged, and Liam studied her as well, curious to know what she'd say about him.
Yeah, he's just a friend. He might be staying for a few days. Really?
Velma's eyes widened.
A new boyfriend? Just a friend. Mm-hmm. Nice outfit, by the way.
Thank you, lass. Her eyes widened again.
Are you Scottish? Or are you acting Scottish?
Aye, lass, I'm from Scotland. The girl hit Roger in the chest.
You hear that? The real deal.
Roger watched him with suspicion.
Yep.
Amber nodded.
The real deal. Have a seat. I was just heating up water for tea. Do you two want anything?
They both wanted tea, and both of them sat upon stools at the counter, still shooting Liam the occasional glance. So, where you been? Jasper was looking for you today. Who is this Jasper? Protectiveness flooded Liam. Roger turned in his chair. He's a coyote of the four-legged variety. Amber keeps feeding him, so he keeps coming round. For a while I thought he was an alien, spying on all us because, coyotes rarely come close to human residences. But I sort of tested him out and think he's just a coyote. Roger darted a nervous glance at Liam. Have a seat, dude. Liam looked cautiously at the smaller man and took the third stool, sitting at the counter with the other two. Aliens. Anyway, we missed you today. Mrs. Huddleston was trying to get a game of bridge going, and we needed one more person. Amber smiled.
Yeah, no thanks. She wraps my knuckles with her fan if I don't play well. She's just trying to improve your game.
Velma leaned closer to Roger and away from Liam as she said the words. He didn't like that she was afraid of him and tried to look as harmless as possible, setting both arms on the counter to show he was weaponless. As far as he could tell, they relaxed not a whit, and the darting glances continued. Amber set out 3 cups and poured hot water into them.
Are you sure you don't want any?
Liam thought it might be best to drink with them. I've changed my mind. A cup will suit me well. She retrieved another cup, poured hot water and slid it across to him. Roger and Velma were already soaking packets in the water and copying their motions. Liam did the same.
Did you work today?
Amber was looking at Roger. No, but a tourist on Bridger Avenue gave us both $1, didn't she, Velma? He grinned. I'm putting it into the Plant the Trees Fund. She looked at Liam.
Roger can paint the most amazing pictures on anything. Canvas, garbage can lids. He does it in under 5 minutes and the tourists love it.
She pointed to a picture on her wall.
Roger did that one there.
Liam looked at the painting of what looked to be a vivid tropical scene at night, with an ocean, sand, and a big moon gleaming over the water. In 5 minutes, did you say? Roger nodded, looking at Liam expectantly. You've been blessed with a talent. The painting is exquisite. I've not seen the like. Roger's face relaxed into a smile. Thank you. For the most part, Liam stayed silent while the other 3 conversed. He understood some of the things they spoke of, but not others. He sipped his tea and simply enjoyed the moment. The conveyance seemed thin and easily breached, but it smelled wonderful, of something sweet he couldn't identify. Watching Amber lean over the counter and laughing with her friends was enjoyable as well. Breathing, feeling the beat of his heart, living again, and having a purpose all made him feel relaxed and content. After a while, Roger and Velma said their goodbyes. Velma picked up a gig at the Gold Nugget serving drinks this weekend, and I'll be out on Fremont. But we don't work tomorrow. We could hang out in the morning if you want.
Sure. Maybe you guys can help me come up with ideas for an article I want to write.
You got it. With one last look at Liam, the 2 left. They're nice. Amber nodded.
A breath of fresh air. They give you the shirt off their backs.
I've friends aplenty like that and understand their value. She gazed at him a long moment.
Yeah, I like that. The way I grew up, backstabbing and worse were the norm. So when I find true friends, I know their value too.
Liam glanced around the conveyance. It doesn't seem you've much security here. She looked amused.
I have you now, don't I?
But I'll not be here forever, will I?
Oh, really? The way you attached yourself to me, I figured it was you and me from here on out.
He smiled, liking that idea very much. You'll not try to distract me. I wish to talk of safety measures. She opened a drawer in the kitchen and pulled out a gun. Liam stood, his eyes widening as excitement built within. He moved closer. May I? He breathed the words. Amber's brows pulled together.
You guys don't have guns over in the UK, do you? Have you ever held one before?
He shook his head, his gaze attached to the weapon.
All right, the safety is on. Don't point it anywhere but at the ground. And don't push any buttons or squeeze anything, understand?
He nodded and gently took the weapon into his hands. It was black and deadly looking. Will you show me how to use it? She grinned.
Men and their toys, huh? It's too late tonight, but maybe we could go out into the desert and find a hill or something. Set up a few targets.
He turned the thing one way and the other, keeping the barrel turned toward the ground but away from his feet. He wished he could show this to his friends and brothers. Muskets, they all understood. He knew the principle was the same, only more advanced. They'd all speculated endlessly on the weapons in use that they couldn't see or touch, only getting an occasional glance during a rare moving picture on occasion, and more likely a second-hand telling if they stepped through the showing. To think that a delicate girl could own one, knew how to use one. He glanced up. I want one of these.
How about I let you practice first, big guy, huh?
Amber took her gun to her bedroom and put it in her small closet. Liam was a bit too fascinated, so it was for his own good and her peace of mind. She was glad he was there. She'd realised over the course of the evening that she liked him very much. He'd been fun down at the mall. He was amusing, but he also knew when to let others talk. She liked that he'd made an effort with her friends. When she'd arrived here, she'd been welcomed as part of the community, with no questions asked. They all watched out for each other. Back in the living room, she followed his gaze and tried to see the place through his eyes. Granted, living there had been aimed at not only getting away from her father, but tweaking him in the process. Still, she actually liked her trailer. Her landlord put down new carpet before she moved in and provided a few of the larger pieces of furniture, but she decorated it with her own meagre income. She haunted flea markets, sales and dollar stores. She liked the plush pillows and blankets, the pictures on the wall, the curtains on the windows, and the overall feel of the place. It was small, cozy, and exactly what she needed.
Come on, I'll get you settled in my spare room. It just has an air mattress, but it's a good one. It's big and comfortable, and the air conditioner cools that room really well.
Thank you, lass. After she'd shown him the bathroom and where the towels were kept, he hauled his new bag into his room, and she went to bed herself. She couldn't sleep, and finally realised it was because she felt a sort of weird happiness at having him in her place. Liam looked like a cross between a Highland warrior and James Bond, and he was sleeping in the other room. How long would he stay? She had no idea, but she'd enjoy his company while it lasted. Chapter 6. The next morning, Liam was up and about early. He pulled on his plaid and went outside, where it was already warm. The area was stunning. He'd never seen the like. The trailer park was surrounded by desert, dirt and sand. Skimpy trees popped up here and there, and more of the strangely shaped cactus with sharp needles sticking out. No wonder Amber had been surprised when he touched it. On one side of the trailer park, houses sat in a row. On the other, the desert stretched forever in one direction, making him wonder what was out there. He looked around for hidden dangers. Some of the trailers were nicer than others, and most had decorations on the outside, hanging chimes and such that tinkled in the breeze. He didn't dare go too far, not with Amber inside, but he rounded the building a few times, considered security measures, couldn't see how any measures could be implemented with such a fragile home, and decided he truly did need a gun. He resisted going inside to find hers so he could look at it. He had his dagger, of course, and his wits and strength. For now, that would have to be enough. Amber came outside and a sense of rightness settled within him. For whatever time he had, he was there with her, and she with him. It mattered not what the future held. This opportunity to be with her, to protect her, meant everything to him.
I see you're back in your Highland warrior costume.
She set a clear bag on the table that looked to have a piece of meat inside of it. As she didn't offer it to him, he didn't ask. "'Tis most comfortable, but I'm glad to have the others for when we go out. You've the right of it. I dinna wish to be conspicuous and draw attention to us. To you."
Come sit down.
He settled next to her.
Did you sleep well?
Her face glowed in the early morning light. "A bit. I've had enough sleep of late that I'm anxious not to waste time abed."
Oh, look, there he is.
Liam craned his neck to look over his shoulder, her hushed tone warning him to be still. A small, thin dog stood at the end of the trailer, looking ready to dart at a moment's notice. "'Tis your coyote."
Yes, I've named him Jasper. He comes around most mornings.
She took a piece of meat from the clear bag, moved slowly forward, and set it on the end of her wooden platform. Liam slowly turned his body in his chair, so he faced Jasper. Amber moved backward, making cooing noises at the animal.
It's okay, darling. Come and get your breakfast.
Liam didn't look away from her animated face. She slowly sank onto her chair and quieted. Her eyes glowed, focused on the coyote. Her lips lifted in anticipation as the small animal cautiously approached.
Look at him.
Liam reluctantly turned his gaze to study the cautiously approaching animal. It came to the edge of the porch, snatched a piece of meat, and was off in a flash. "Not so much as a thank ye," she laughed, and he loved the sound of it. When he'd lived almost 3 centuries before, he'd have loved a girl like Amber to call his own, someone waiting, caring if he came back. Amber wasn't for him, and he knew it, and it made these moments with her all the more poignant.
Come on, do you want to take a walk around the trailer park?
As they walked, she took his arm. He just admitted she wasn't for him, but he saw no reason not to enjoy every moment of her company. It would give him something to remember wherever he ended up.
I need to start thinking about a new article to write.
"About travel, you said?"
Yes, the problem is I have to rely on my memory of places I've been, or look them up on the internet where people talk about the places they've been. I'm running out of inspiration.
"You've done an article about Las Vegas."
Of course, I grew up here.
"About your friend, then, a talented man who can paint a picture in 5 minutes." She looked up at him, and her eyes started to shine.
You know what? I never thought of that. I'm sure Roger would love it if I did.
"And I'm sure you'd have much interest in it as well."
You know, there are other artists on Fremont Street that would no doubt love the publicity.
"I'd love to see the place."
We'll make sure you do then.
As they continued to walk, Amber pointed out a trailer.
This is where Velma and Roger live.
They passed the trailer and arrived on the other side. Velma was seated outside at a table with benches for seats, and Roger had the front of his car opened up. "Hey, good to see you guys," Roger called out. He straightened and exchanged a glance with Velma. "So, what's with the Highlander costume?" "'Tis simply the way I dress." "Cool. I like it. It's more approachable than the suit you wore last night. You don't look like a hitman anymore." Liam approached to look inside the innards of the car. "What is all this? A broken down heap of junk. It doesn't work. I'm trying to get it to work. Does that count? 'Tis unfortunate we can't ride about in it, but 'tis quite ugly." Roger straightened. "Hey, where's your car, huh?" Liam laughed. "I take your point. 'Tis simply that we saw cars last night all about the road, shiny and sleek. I wished for one." It was Roger's turn to laugh. Dude, don't we all? Amber was chatting with Velma, and he heard them mention a wedding. He glanced back at Roger. Are you getting married? Yes. I wish you much happiness. Thank you. We're going to need a bigger trailer. Velma is expecting. Expecting what? A baby. And you're unmarried as yet? Roger shot him a warning glance. We're getting to it. She's still trying to decide what she wants to do. Roger closed the car. I can see you're disappointed we don't have any fancy cars here, but I do have something you might be interested in. The way the other man's eyes gleamed had Liam taking notice. Aye. He headed around to the back of his trailer, and Liam followed. Roger pulled a cover of what looked to be 2 machines with seats, and Liam's excitement grew. What is it? You've never ridden a 4-wheeler? Liam shook his head, barely able to pull his gaze from the thing long enough to tell Roger. Nay, but I wish to. Roger laughed. I'll go get the keys. Okay, place this helmet on your head and tighten the strap. Liam did so, glancing over to where Amber and Velma sat in the shade of the trailer. Now, you're going to turn this key. When you twist this handle, it speeds up. Let it go and use this. Roger demonstrated the foot lever on the left side of the machine. Press down here on the brake and it'll stop. Got it? Liam, excitement building, nodded. Okay, let's turn them on and practice with the gears. With the 2 girls cheering for him, he focused on Roger's instructions and quickly caught on, amazed at the existence of such a vehicle. Roger took the lead and, heart-pounding, Liam followed across a desert trail, and as soon as Roger arrived at the spot that was flat and open, he sped. Liam twisted the handle and went flying. He screamed with pleasure as the machine surged forward and he raced after Roger. And he'd thought cars wonderful. He screamed again in amazement. A bump in the road almost threw him, and he barely held on, yelling his pleasure as the 4-wheeler bucked and settled. Roger, standing on his 4-wheeler as he looked behind him, laughed and took off again, leaving a light mist of dust in the air. Liam was right behind him, exhilarated by the speed and the wind rushing past as they raced across sand and dirt and past the interesting shapes of the cactus plants. Birds Liam had never seen took flight, and the air heated as the sun rose. It was so different than where he was from. Rather than green, it was mostly shades of tan and brown. Rather than moist, it was dry, arid, and desolate. The desert seemed to go on forever in all directions, the sameness broken by a bluff here and there, and the mountains looming in the far distance. Trails took off in multiple directions, practically begging Liam to follow. But he stayed behind Roger, content for the moment to let the other man take the lead. Finally, Roger slowed, and Liam eased up on his handle, lightly tapped the brake as he'd been shown, and rolled to a stop beside the other man. When Roger turned his key, Liam did the same, and the sudden silence seemed absolute after the extreme noise of the machines. Roger took off his helmet and grinned from ear to ear. Well, what did you think of that? Liam released his own helmet, set it in his lap, and grinned. That was amazing. Yeah, we might not have the pretty, but these are fun too. They are indeed. They're getting old, but I keep them in shape and ride a couple times a week, sometimes more. Velma loves to go with me. There are newer versions, Liam asked. Roger laughed. I suppose you want one of those now, too. Nay, not at all. These are quite spectacular. He didn't wish to hurt the other man's feelings. Didn't he see these about town yesterday? Roger patted his vehicle. These are strictly off-road. Don't you have these in Scotland? I've not seen the like. He glanced around. Have you any animals out here to hunt? Sure, believe it or not, the desert is teeming with animals. There are birds, mice, coyotes, bighorn sheep, snakes. You'll want to watch out for the rattlesnakes. They're poisonous. Rattlesnakes? Yeah, big, coiled-up snakes with a rattle on the end of their tails. The rattle warns you they're about to strike. They're everywhere out here. Liam glanced around. I've never heard of such. Well, just keep an eye out. You'll be fine. They're not as poisonous as some, but their venom will kill if you don't get help. Skin starting to crawl, Liam continued to search the desert floor. What you really have to watch out for is aliens. Roger looked up at the sky. For some reason, they love the desert, but you really don't need to worry during the daylight hours. Aliens? The phone rang, startling him. He'd forgotten the device he'd placed in his pocket that morning. He pulled it out and stared at it. After a moment, Roger laughed. Push the green button. Liam pushed it and placed it to his ear, as he'd seen done on numerous occasions. Aye then, hello. This is DeLuca. Liam immediately recognized the deep voice on the other end of the phone and grinned. Aye, 'tis Liam MacGregor here. Yeah, I got that. The other man took an audible breath and released it. One of my men was murdered last night. I'm just calling to make sure my daughter is still safe. Aye. Good. Can I talk to her? The request made Liam realize he was derelict in his duties. He did not wish the other man to know he deserted Amber. The shame heated his neck, but there was nothing for it. I left her with a friend, and I'm not nearby at the moment. What? Liam flinched. You're supposed to be protecting my daughter. DeLuca was cold, disapproving, and Liam felt the criticism like a lash. You looked strong and competent, but maybe you weren't the right man for the job, after all. Possessiveness fired through him at the thought of another being given his task. I am. I'll return to her directly. I give you my word, such neglect will not happen again. See that it doesn't. Her safety is your responsibility. Aye. After the man hung up without a word of farewell, Liam felt a sudden urgency to return to Amber. A man associated with her father had been murdered after her attempted kidnapping. Such things had occurred in his time as well, but his enchantment with this century and its wonders had caused him to grow lax. He had to make sure she was safe. As the younger brother, he'd always been the one looked after. Even in battle, they took the lead. But he was a man, responsible, and needed to act as such. He set his helmet upon his head and clasped it tight. We need to return. Roger nodded. All right, follow me. Liam was right behind the other man, and when they finally arrived back at the trailer park, Velma still sat outside, but Amber was nowhere to be seen. Where is Amber?
She went back home. He
didn't wait for Velma to finish, but simply drove the vehicle over to Amber's home and shut off the four-wheeler, removed his helmet, and hurried inside. Amber! She didn't respond. He rushed down the hallway, checking every room as he passed, until he reached her bedroom. She wasn't there. Amber picked up a dozen eggs, set them in her cart, and stared at them. She considered getting a dozen more, but didn't know how long Liam planned to stay. Regardless of his job as a bodyguard, she had the impression he wasn't there for the long haul. He'd likely wander out of her life as easily as he'd burst into it. When she'd woken that morning and remembered Liam was there, excitement rushed through her. There was no denying she wanted him there. She pushed her cart further down the refrigerated aisle and stopped to look at the bacon. Liam looked like a guy who'd like bacon. But if she bought it and he left, she'd have bacon in her refrigerator. She didn't like bacon, and unlike Mr. Moneybags, she was on a budget. She couldn't just buy things willy-nilly, hoping he'd like it and be around to eat it. Say he left, and every time she opened the refrigerator, she'd be reminded of the guy who stayed in her life for 1 or 2 nights, who may or may not have liked bacon. Distress rolled through her, and she gripped the shopping cart handle. She took a breath, shook her head, and rolled her eyes. She was an idiot. She barely knew the man. Sure, he was a sweetie, and fun to be around. He was attractive in a way that was as unfamiliar as it was disturbing. But did she need to get obsessive over a guy she barely knew? Over bacon? Sheesh. She ought to just call Liam and flat out ask how long he was staying, and did he like bacon. Then she could get her head on straight and let go of her growing fixation with him. Her father had given him a phone the night before, but she didn't have the number, did she? No way she was calling her father. She pushed her cart down another aisle and, with a sigh, realized she was still looking for things Liam might like to eat. A few minutes later, she rounded another corner and ran into Mrs. Huddlestone, another resident of the trailer park. She was glad to see her. She wanted her mind off of Liam.
Hello, Mrs. Huddlestone.
The older grey-haired lady stopped her cart, and a smile lit her sweet face.
Amber, how are you doing today? I'm good. How about yourself? I'm fine, dear.
She seemed to hesitate.
I don't really want to be known as the nosy old lady in the neighborhood, but I couldn't help but notice you had a visitor last night, and I saw him again this morning.
A whimper sounded from Mrs. Huddlestone's purse, and the older lady reached down to pet the little dog she always kept there.
Is the man Scottish? Yes. How did you know? From the way he dressed. Does he work on the strip or something? I'm not sure. I met him there last night, so maybe.
Mrs. Huddlestone stared at her.
You just met him last night? Amber, I know I'm not your mother. In fact, I'm old enough to be your grandmother. But you need to be careful about who you invite into your home. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. No, don't worry about Liam. He's harmless. He doesn't look harmless. In fact, he wore a knife this morning. It's probably fake. Well, I'm sure you know what you're doing. I just want you to be careful. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
As soon as the older woman moved on, Amber fished her phone out of her pocket. She dialed Roger's number, and he picked up right away. Aliens are us. State your business.
Roger, it's Amber.
Hey, Amber, how goes it?
I'm good. Is Liam still with you?
No, he just left to go over to your place. He took my four-wheeler. You don't think he's planning on keeping it, do you?
I'm sure he's not.
She heard a commotion in the background. Roger speaking with someone, and then Liam was on the phone. Amber, 'tis you.
Yes?
Are you alright, lass?
I'm fine.
Liam released a heavy breath. Amber, you can't be taken off like that. I didn't know where you were or how to find ye. Surprise kept her silent. Lass, tell me where you are, and I'll come get ye.
I'm at the corner market.
Good girl. You're to stay there until I come for ye. She pulled the phone away and looked at it. She shook her head and placed it next to her ear again.
You do know I'm 25 years old and used to looking after myself, right?
But Liam wasn't listening anymore. She could hear him asking Roger for directions. She hung up the phone. It certainly sounded like he was staying for a while. Re-energized, she headed back for the bacon. She added pancake mix, bread, lunch meat, peanut butter and milk. She set out for the meat counter, then to the produce section for fruits and vegetables. By the time the cashier told her the cost, Liam was there, pulling money out to pay for everything. Lass, you're not to run off like that again, do you ken? She shrugged.
You were gone and I needed some groceries. Anyway, you walked over here unaccompanied too.
I'm a trained warrior. Surely you see the difference. Anyway, I'll not be leaving you alone again. He picked up both grocery bags and ushered her out the door. I'm to be your bodyguard, did you forget? A warrior, as in military. His protectiveness was totally unnecessary, but he made her feel safe, secure. She liked it, which embarrassed her. What was she? Some sort of damsel in distress?
You left first.
Heat rose in his face. I'm new to this. I swear I'll do better.
I didn't mean it that way. I'm glad you were having fun.
He shook his head. I should not have left ye. She decided to give the guy a break.
Look, it's all good. I really don't need a keeper, regardless of what my father says.
You won't go alone again, do you ken? His voice was low, dangerous. She shivered, realizing once more she loved how he made her feel. Feminine, helpless, valuable. She really was an idiot. She needed to nip this possessiveness in the bud, mostly because she liked it, which in turn made her feel ridiculous. She was a strong woman, always had been.
Are you kidding me? I'll do what I want, when I want, and you won't have a say in it.
I will have a say in it, as you won't be leaving my side.
I could throw you out of my house.
'Tis not a house, and I'd like to see you try. They glared at each other for a moment until she finally sighed. Why was she fighting this? She wanted him there, didn't she? Wanted to get to know him better. Hadn't she been sad at the thought of him leaving?
Fine.
You'll give in then. You'll accept me in your life. Those words caused another shiver. She nodded. I wish to hear the words, Amber.
Fine. You can stay in my life.
Saying the words out loud made her acceptance to his presence so much more real, like she'd just committed to something and wasn't sure what. He relaxed. Aye then, that's fine. Somehow it felt like he'd won. Maybe it was the self-satisfied way he smiled as he glanced around, once again looking for danger. But whatever the reason, she didn't react. She was glad he was staying, so didn't that mean she won too? Chapter 7. When they reached home without incident or anyone following, Liam did a quick search of the place while Amber stored the food away. He would not be derelict in his duties again. All was well, and he returned to Amber and tried to help, but could tell he was just getting in the way. He didn't want to get underfoot and irritate her, so it was almost a relief when there was a knock on the door, giving him a task to complete. He pulled back the curtain, looked out to see Roger and Velma, and opened the door. Hello, then. I took my four-wheeler back. Liam grinned. I noticed. Yeah, well, you seem to like it a little too much. I thought I'd better grab it while I could still wrest it away from you. Liam chuckled. My apologies. I'd not meant to keep it. That's okay. I would have called you, but I didn't have your number. I am number 42. Your phone number isn't 42. I can promise you that. I didn't know my phone number.
Roger, Velma, come on in.
Amber called out. Liam stepped aside so they could enter. Give me your phone. Liam handed it to Roger and he pushed some buttons and then pulled out his own. Okay, he said as he tapped his phone, then Liam's. I'll put in all our phone numbers and I have yours. I'll call and everyone will have yours too, okay? Liam nodded. Roger finished and handed the phone back. You sure don't know many people. You had only one phone number. Did you go to school?
Roger?
Amber spoke sharply. What? It's a legitimate question. The priest was charged with our schooling. Liam repocketed the phone as Roger and Velma sank onto the sofa and clasped hands. Velma placed her head on Roger's shoulder, and Liam felt a surge of envy and glanced at Amber. Would that she felt as comfortable in his presence.
Would you two like some pancakes? I'm just about to make some. We just ate, but thanks anyway.
What are you doing tonight? Roger asked. Are you working, Amber?
I should, but we'll see.
Roger's face brightened. So, what you're saying is that you don't really have plans for later? Amber's gaze turned suspicious.
I'm sure we'll make some, and you're right. I do need to get started on a new article.
But you could do that today, right? Leaving tonight free. Liam glanced between her and her friend, aware something was up, but not sure whether to intervene. Roger grinned. Here's the thing. I got a report from my buddy today and...
Would this be Jensen, the computer genius?
Amber. Roger shot her a look of annoyance. You said you'd forget his name.
Sorry. Would your friend be... what's his name, the computer genius?
Right, anyway, there's this really crazy stuff going down out by Area 51 and... Amber groaned, and Liam glanced between the two of them. Roger stood, visibly vibrating with excitement. Hear me out. There have been sightings. I say the four of us go out there and...
And take a tour?
Roger sighed in exasperation. You know those tours are bogus. I say we go there at sundown and just see what's up. What will we see? Liam asked. Dude, my sources indicate there's activity of some sort going on out there lately. Of course, the government is once again denying everything, but that's exactly what you'd expect, isn't it? I'll take my camera and we'll just find out for ourselves, won't we? Liam looked at Amber. Find what? What would we be looking for?
Aliens.
Amber and Velma said at the same time. Proof! Roger exclaimed. Aliens? I've been meaning to ask, what are those exactly? Roger's mouth fell open, and he gaped at Liam for a moment. Liam sat forward. What is it? Dude, have you been brainwashed or what? Let me see your arm. Liam held out his right arm, and Roger looked at him with suspicion. I need to see your left arm. Liam lifted his other arm. Roger's sudden tension was unmistakable. Pull back your sleeve. Liam pulled the material as high as it would go, and Roger ran fingers over the back of his arm. After a moment, he lifted his phone and turned the light on the area. Huh? There's nothing here. For a moment there, I thought... Well, never mind. It's just that you did show up out of nowhere, and you look like you're on steroids or something. Anyway, it appears you're unaffected. Liam tried to see the back of his arm. Unaffected? What are you looking for? A small disc under the skin, showing where they implanted. Liam was horrified. Implanted what? A tracking device, so they'd know where you are at all times, hear your thoughts and release drugs. Liam stopped breathing.
Roger.
Amber was shaking her head again.
Knock it off.
But Liam wasn't ready to let the subject drop. Tell me of these aliens. Could they be a threat to Amber? Roger looked serious. Dude, they're a threat to all of us. They come from another planet, deep in outer space. They've been harvesting us for years. Haven't you ever had a friend or loved one disappear, never to be seen again? Liam had, in fact, several times. He remembered when Donald Balfour went missing after the battle at Preston Pans. His body had been searched for by his kin, but never recovered. Speculation as to his whereabouts had led to talk of desertion, but what if aliens had captured him instead? And what of Alexander, Algive, and young McBean? Everyone assumed they'd been captured by the government army, but what if they hadn't? Don't you want to see them firsthand? Know thy enemy and all that? Roger was nodding again, and Liam figured if there was another threat to Amber, It was his responsibility to know about it, so he could better protect her. Will they see us coming? I can't leave Amber, and if I take her, I don't want to put her in the path of danger. Roger nodded. I get you. I feel the same about Velma, but don't worry. I gifted both girls with necklaces that have tracking devices inside, just in case. And I'll have protection, so they won't be able to touch us.
I got mine right here.
He glanced at Amber, and she lifted a gold, oval-shaped pendant and winked at him. Will we take prisoners? Amber snorted. With the girls along, this is purely a scouting exercise. We're after pictures only. Liam looked over at Amber. Will ye go?
Been there, done that. There is no such thing as aliens.
Amber is a skeptic. Velma, help me out here. Velma shrugged.
I'm up for it.
They all looked in Amber's direction again. Please, lass, this sounds important. She shook her head and rolled her eyes.
Fine, I'm in. But when the lot of you are disappointed, don't come crying to me.
Liam relaxed slightly. Perhaps Amber had the right of it, and Roger was a hysteric. But he'd like to see for himself and make his own determination. He appreciated that Amber was agreeable, even though she obviously didn't care for the activity. Ye can choose the next time ye want a diversion.
I'll hold you to that.
I should just mention one thing. Roger sounded uncomfortable. I fixed my car again, but it's out of gas, and I don't have any money to put more in the tank. If we make sandwiches, will you guys pitch in for gas? I have the funds, Liam offered. Roger had explained the importance of the substance earlier. Dude, awesome. You're my new best friend. Amber, get your work done, and maybe you two should take a nap later. Be ready at 8 o'clock tonight.
All right.
Aye, we shall be ready. They left, and Liam turned to Amber and grinned. You sure you're all right with this?
It's fine, but prepare yourself for disappointment and a sore neck from looking up at the stars. It is fun to go out into the desert, but we could just as easily stay home and do that.
He wouldn't be disappointed, even if they didn't capture this unknown enemy. Another day in Amber's company was fine by him. Amber followed behind Roger and Velma, and Liam brought up the rear as they rounded a sand dune and stepped around sparse vegetation and rocks. When the path widened, Roger took Velma's hand and Liam reached out for hers. A thrill of excitement raced through Amber, both at his touch and at the covert way they trekked across the desert floor. The dry night breeze cooled the longer they hiked through it, and the smells of earth and sage perfumed the air. Crickets and other insects sounded as the vastness of the stars and land surrounded them. You need to understand, Roger said. The other Area 51, the supposedly real one, that's the one the tourists drive out and visit. And for what? To drive along the extraterrestrial highway and across a long dirt road to get a look at a bunch of do not enter signs. I mean, seriously underwhelming, right? How are people satisfied with tours and alien masks and cheesy restaurants when we have eyewitness testimony from pioneers like Bob Lazar and Bruce Burgess? It's just ludicrous. I think. As Roger continued, Liam squeezed her hand and Amber turned her head to look at him. His eyes gleamed in the darkness. He gripped a flashlight in his other hand, and his excitement fed her own. She admitted it. This was fun. Being with Liam in the dark was her idea of a good time. They walked past huge boulder formations in the darkness. They rounded cacti, both big and small. Occasionally, they turned on flashlights and stepped across ruts and gullies. They climbed down a path to a dry riverbed, feeling safe from detection as they walked along, hidden from view. For the most part, the rising moon and stars were their only light. Intermittently, Roger consulted the compass on his cell phone. He seemed to know where he was going, but Amber didn't expect to find any little green men. The fun was in the journey and in the company. "What will we do if we find these aliens?" Liam whispered in a low tone. "Restrain them? Take captives?" "We can try." Roger took the question seriously. Amber stifled a giggle. Of course he took it seriously. This was Roger. "It's possible they could be an advanced species wanting to exchange information, but doubtful. It's more likely they're hostiles with advanced weaponry, and they want our planet for themselves." "You said you have protection against them." Roger twisted his arm and held up the huge squirt gun strapped to his back. "This is a special formula I've put together. It'll burn their skin and get the job done."
Don't worry. I won't let them probe you.
"Probe me?" He said it loud enough the couple in front of them overheard. "Don't listen to her," Roger said as he led the way. "She has establishment mentality and gets all her information from movies and TV. Amber stifled more laughter.
Where else would I get it?
"The internet, of course." Roger's voice radiated scorn. She put her hand to her mouth to try and control more giggles that wanted to spill out. "We would never have befriended Amber, of course, but she hid her skepticism until it was too late, and we already liked her. Besides, she makes the best spaghetti ever, so it's a trade-off."
She does.
Velma added. Amber wiped her eyes.
It's true, I do. My roommate at college was Italian.
"But don't let her contaminate your thinking. What the skeptics and disbelievers don't understand is that whether we can see it or not, there are strange, wonderful, and mysterious events taking place on this earth all the time. Just because you can't see something, or it's beyond your comprehension, doesn't mean it isn't happening." "I agree. Well said, laddie." Liam's tone was firm. Amber glanced at him.
Oh no, you're a believer too.
"Aye, I know strange and wondrous events occur. In some cases, it might take hundreds of years to sort itself out. If you want to see strange happenings, plan a visit to Scotland." "Good man." Roger turned and lifted his hand in the air. When Liam didn't respond, Amber gave Roger a high five.
All right, 3 against 1. I know what I'm beating.
Liam belatedly raised his hand and high-fived Roger. Roger and Velma laughed and continued on until they came to a small boulder. Roger sighed. "Okay, it's either climb it or go back and find the trail at the side of the riverbed and risk being spotted." "I say we climb it," Liam said. "We can help the lasses over." "Great, I knew you didn't lack courage." Roger scrambled to the top, using the side of the riverbed as leverage at one point. Lying flat on the boulder, he held out a hand for Velma and pulled her as she walked up the surface. They both dropped over to the other side. When it was Amber's turn, Liam lifted her until they were face level.
Oh.
She lost some of her breath. She knew he was big, but was surprised and impressed by his strength. She clung to his shoulders, and when he leaned in for a quick kiss, she was more than willing. The darkness, the moon and starlight, the fact they were on one side of the boulder and their friends on the other, had Amber wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him back. She brushed her lips against his, and he pulled her closer, wrapping both arms around her, easily holding her against his body as he pressed a hungry kiss to her mouth. The world spun away, and all sensation narrowed to the point where his lips covered hers, urgent, warm, and at that moment critical to her survival. Her blood seemed to sing in her veins, rushing, heated, making her light-headed. She tightened her arms around his neck, urging him closer. He broke off their kiss, set her down, and, breathing heavily, smiled. As she caught her breath, she couldn't help smile back. She liked this guy. She liked him a lot. He was certainly fun to be around, willing to take on any challenge, and their chemistry together was out of this world. All nice personality traits in a boyfriend. Boyfriend? Yeah, that worked for her.
We'd better climb over the top before our friends wonder what we're doing over here.
He leaned down to whisper in her ear. From the sounds of things, our friends are doing much the same. They were. She could hear occasional kissing noises coming from the other side.
It's actually quite romantic out here in the dark under the stars. I hate to interrupt their fun, but we can't stay here all night.
Liam grinned. Would that we could. He bent and bestowed a chaste kiss. Come now. He lifted her again, easily, and when she almost reached the top, she scrambled the rest of the way. Liam was right behind her, using the dirt on the side of the riverbed to push off with his feet the way Roger had done. Roger turned on his flashlight so they could see where to jump off, and they quickly shimmied down to the other side. As they continued to walk up the riverbed, Roger started up again with commentary about aliens, what they could expect if they saw any, and the type of camera most likely to capture images. He was saving for one, of course. Liam reached out and took her hand again. She was having all kinds of weird feelings for the guy. He wasn't like anyone she'd ever met before. There was a toughness about him, like he wouldn't be the type of man you'd want for an enemy, but at the same time, there was an innocence too. She liked that. She liked him a lot. Was it possible to fall for a man so quickly? She wasn't sure, but decided to do something she rarely did. She was just going to go with it, relax and see what happened. Liam could leave tomorrow for all she knew, or next week, or the one after, but in the meantime, she was going to open herself up to possibilities. The brilliant thing about this desert is that it has natural vortexes that attract alien ships and make it easy for alien craft to come and go. Roger went into instructor mode once more. So it's a great place to spot UFOs, sort of like if you're looking for meteorites, you'd want to go to the Sahara or Antarctica. Here, it's alien central. This is where you want to be, so keep your eyes up, we don't want to miss anything. They were about to climb out of the wash, and suddenly there were 2 flashlights coming toward them. Hey, who's there? All 4 of them ducked. Come out of there, we saw you. Roger looked excited. There must be something going on tonight for them to have spotted us so fast. Stupid alien hunters, another voice called out. This is private property. You need to come with us and talk to the police. Roger suddenly jumped out of the shallow part of the riverbed. Government officials, he yelled. Run! And grabbed Velma by the hand and took off. Amber shrieked as Liam pushed her out of the wash, scooped her up and started running. The 2 men with flashlights ran toward them, but were easily outdistanced. Amber couldn't help it. She started to laugh. Liam did as well, as the guards behind them continued to yell. You dorks are imbeciles. There are no such thing as aliens. The next time we catch you here, you're going to jail. Roger yelled back. Don't let them catch you. They do experiments here. Amber was hysterical with laughter when Liam finally set her down, but it didn't stop her from running as Liam pushed her forward. When she looked back, the guards had stopped, their flashlights pointing toward the ground. How often did the men have to chase the alien hunters away? They all breathed heavily as they slowed. Roger, how often have you attracted guards before? Just about every time I come out here. And you couldn't have warned us. Where's the fun in that? It had been fun.
Have you ever been arrested?
Amber had to ask.
Put in jail over this?
Just the one time, but my friends at Alien Invasion posted bail.
I've got to get me some new friends.
Amber muttered. I'm your new friend, Liam said. She smiled and held out her hand again.
I'm going to write about this, under places not to go in Las Vegas. I think it'll make a good travel article.
If you want to write articles about this kind of thing, we ought to try Sedona or Death Valley next. Roger threw the words over his shoulder. Sedona has the vortexes, but Death Valley has both a tunnel and moving rocks. Well worth the trip, don't you think? Death Valley? Liam sounded impressed. I do like the sounds of that. Amber smiled at him.
Why am I not surprised?
Back at the trailer park, Liam wasn't quite ready to settle for the night. Let's sit out here. They sank onto the white chairs outside her trailer, and both of them looked up at the stars. Amber settled her head back, and he did the same. 'Twas fun tonight.
It was. Roger's been trying to get me to go forever. I'm glad we did.
They both watched the stars a long while. 'Tis not quite as clear as in the open desert, but still bright. 'Tis one of the things I truly enjoy about the place. Amber's gaze continued to search the heavens.
I love it too. When I moved here, it was more for financial reasons, but I ended up with a few perks.
In Scotland, the stars are very bright. We would often ride at night among trees and stars. Though this land is different, the stars are the same. We'd often looked at them, but never to search for space aliens. She chuckled.
Scots aren't into the paranormal?
He glanced over at Amber. The girl was incredibly attractive, and ever since he'd kissed her earlier, she was about all he could think about. We have superstitions aplenty. Her chair was too far away, and he wanted to hold her hand again. The view to the stars is better over here. Why do you not come and sit beside me? She slowly shook her head back and forth.
I don't think so. As you're staying in the trailer with me, I'm pretty sure that's a bad idea.
Too intimate. She might be right. She lifted a shoulder as she continued to look at the stars. So, what shall we do then? She chuckled.
You don't think we've done enough tonight? You're still looking for a new adventure?
He wondered if she'd let him kiss her once again. That would be adventure aplenty for him. I have to admit I am.
Well, this is Las Vegas. There are lots of exciting things to do around here.
Such as?
You could get certified to scuba dive and go to Mandalay Bay and swim with the sharks. Is that exciting enough for you?
He didn't ken her meaning. Scuba dive? Sharks?
Yes, sharks.
What is a shark? She turned her head.
Seriously? You don't know what a shark is?
Nay, should I? She sat up.
You're telling me that you don't know what a shark is?
I've never heard the name.
Are you kidding me?
Kidding.
Pulling my leg?
He looked at her leg. I'm sitting right here. How could I be pulling your leg? She studied him a long moment, as if trying to discern his truthfulness. He rolled his eyes, impatient. What is a shark? She sat back.
Only the most fearsome creature to ever exist on the planet.
That caught his interest. What do they look like?
Sort of like death, as in the Grim Reaper. Sharks have dead eyes.
Liam sat up. Go on. She made a scoffing noise.
Fine. Scotland is surrounded by ocean, so I know you've seen sharks before, but I'll play along. They are long, grey, and live in the ocean. They have dozens of needle-sharp teeth at any given time, but they grow thousands in a lifetime because the teeth replace themselves. Whenever a tooth breaks inside a victim, another one will slide forward and take its place.
Liam squirmed in his chair. You're mistaken. We've not such creatures in Scotland, or I'd have heard of such. Uneasy, he glanced around. Do you have these creatures living nearby?
I told you they live in the ocean.
Long and grey, you say. How long exactly?
I think they're from 10 to 20 feet or so.
Do they eat people who swim in the ocean?
Sometimes.
Liam wasn't sure whether to believe her. I've never heard of such a creature. We used to fear the sea monsters, of course, and more often than not we stayed away from the shore. But I've never heard of a creature such as what ye describe. I think perhaps ye are the one pulling my leg.
You know what? I'll be right back.
As she stood, he did as well. He didn't ken how she thought, but so far, she always surprised him. He liked that about her. I thought we were to sit out here and enjoy the evening air.
You wait right here.
I'm to guard ye. You're to stay by my side.
This will only take a moment. I just have to run to Roger's house.
Why?
Because I want to introduce you to Jaws.
Jaws? That sounds ominous. Should I be worried? He already sort of was.
If this was my first time seeing him, well, I would be.
With a laugh, she ran to the neighbours. Chapter 8. She felt a little bit mean, but not enough to stop. She still wasn't 100% convinced Liam didn't know what a shark was, but she was going to take him at his word. She knocked on Roger's door. He answered quickly. Hey, Amber, that was fun tonight, wasn't it?
Way fun.
Where's Liam?
Sitting outside my trailer. So, do you have the movie Jaws?
Of course.
Can I borrow it for the evening?
What for?
Liam has never seen it.
Roger chuckled. Sure, come on in. Velma and I are just planning our wedding. We're thinking about going for it tomorrow.
You always say that. But if you're serious this time, then I'm in.
Okay, we'll let you know. He ran his fingers along his extensive DVD collection and finally pulled out the shark movie. You have to tell me how he reacts.
Oh, I will.
He's a fun guy.
He is.
She left and headed back to the trailer. Liam was still there waiting for her.
Ready for a movie?
Sure. They went inside. She put the DVD in and turned on the movie.
It's called Jaws.
Jaws?
As in, dun 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 dun. Are you sure you've never heard of it?
He shook his head. She pushed play and settled onto the couch to get comfortable. This was going to be great. Steven Spielberg was pretty much a genius. 40 years later, he was certainly scaring the non-existent pants off her Highland warrior. Not an easy feat, she suspected. She had to admit she was watching Liam more than the movie. He grew so scared, but she could tell he was enjoying every moment of it. He jumped in all the right places. He yelled when he was supposed to. He was warning the characters left and right, and of course it did them no good. He'd started holding her hand way before Jaws ever appeared, and she didn't mind in the least. He was loving every minute of it, and so was she. When the movie finally ended, Liam was breathing hard, and maybe even sweating a little bit. It was an amazing adventure, lass. He shook his head. I'd not known such creatures existed, and will stay well away from seawater from now on.
It's a good thing we live in Nevada. Sharks only live in the ocean.
'Tis true I never did see them in any rivers or lochs. She really shouldn't be mean to him, but couldn't seem to help herself.
In rivers and lakes, you only have to worry about the piranhas.
Piranhas?
Yes, you know those groups of fish that travel in packs and eat the skin off your bones in less than 5 minutes?
His expression dropped into horror. Surely you jest.
I do. I wonder if Roger has that movie as well.
Liam shuddered. I didn't believe I wished to know.
Well, they mostly live in the Amazon. Mostly. They found one here in a lake a few years ago when a fisherman caught it. They figured someone got hold of one and dumped it in there, as they aren't indigenous to this area.
He studied her face as if trying to decipher whether to believe her or not.
After all our adventures for the night, I'm wiped out. I'm going to bed.
He followed her a little too closely, and she had to chuckle again.
You know there aren't any sharks in here, right?
But you said they were here at the bay.
Mandalay Bay, and they are in a shark tank, so you don't need to worry about it.
She decided right then and there not to get the movie Sharknado. It would be too mean to show him sharks flying through the air and attacking people in the city. He nodded. I'll have to take your word on it, lass. She stopped at the smaller of the two bedrooms.
Good night.
Good night to ye. She went into her own bedroom and shut the door. She leaned against it for a moment and realized she was smiling again. Liam was fun. She hadn't had fun with a guy in a long while. She pulled on her pajamas, and when she heard Liam exit the bathroom and return to his room, she quickly went to the bathroom, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and was quickly back in her room, sliding between the covers. She was just dozing off when she heard a knock on her door.
Yes?
Lass, do ye mind if I perhaps sleep in here for just a bit? You can.
Yes, I mind. You're not sleeping in my bed.
Nay, of course not. I just thought you might not mind if I brought in my blanket and bedded down on the floor for a bit.
Are you afraid of the dark or the shark?
She could hear the smile in her voice and hoped he didn't. When had she turned into such a sadist? A bit of both, mayhap.
All right.
She turned on her bedside lamp and watched as he settled beside her bed. She turned the light off again, and they both lay quiet in the darkness. She was very aware of the fact that he was there, and suddenly wasn't tired anymore. Are you still awake, lass? She considered not answering, pretending she was asleep, but couldn't seem to resist.
I'm awake.
I'm surprised I've never heard of anything such as a shark. She was enjoying the intimacy of talking to him in the dark, his low voice making her shiver.
Okay, you need to know that I'm mostly teasing you. Jaws is a Hollywood movie. They make it seem a lot scarier than it really is. For instance, I'm pretty sure there has never been a shark out for revenge. There are dumb animals who are simply looking for food. I've heard they can smell blood in the water from up to 1/4 of a mile away. So don't cut yourself and go swimming.
Liam shuddered. Dinna worry, I will nae.
I can see I'm going to have a lot to answer for. Just send me your therapy bills.
He didn't respond. She was really starting to feel guilty.
You should know that even though sharks are scary and have roamed the seas for millions of years, and though tons of people get in the oceans to swim, there are probably only a few attacks a year. For the most part, sharks let humans be.
I'll not be getting in the ocean to find out. She snuggled into her blankets.
So, you don't want to take up scuba lessons so you can get in the shark tank?
Nay, but I wouldn't mind taking a look at them from a safe distance.
We will. So, if no one in Scotland talks about sharks, what do men in Scotland fear?
The usual.
Such as?
Brownies, changelings. We've heard tales of the Loch Ness Monster, silkies, fairy rings, and of course, we used to be afraid of witches and ghosts, but generally are not any longer. Then, of course, there are the Balanchee, the Spunkies, the Church Grim. Worst of all, the Banshee. Amber was drowsy and enjoying his deep, lulling voice, enjoying the fact he was in the room with her.
We don't have any of those monsters.
You have the sharks and the piranhas, but what else do you have?
Well, there is the boogeyman. Over in Utah, they have the Bear Lake monster. There's the Jersey Devil out of New Jersey. The Mothman in West Virginia, the Chupacabra in the Southwest, the Wendigo in the North, the Sasquatch, but he's mainly in the Pacific Northwest. Other than the aliens, we don't really have anything that's scary here in Nevada. There might be some Indian monsters lurking about, but if so, I don't know what they're called. Other than that, it's just the general things most kids are afraid of, like monsters in the closet or monsters under the bed.
Liam erupted in a flurry of motion as he jumped off the floor and landed on her bed. Monsters under the bed! Amber laughed out loud.
I didn't say there are necessarily monsters under this bed.
But there could be.
I sincerely doubt it.
He let out a breath. Just in case could I stay here, we could put a pillow between us if you didn't trust me. She grabbed a pillow and placed it between them.
All right, can we go to sleep now?
He released another breath and settled down. He pulled his quilt over himself. I think I'll be able to sleep now. A moment later he searched for her hand and found it. Her heart melted just a bit. What was she going to do with this guy? Clutching his hand, she snuggled down into her own pillow. She'd worry about that later. For now, she was going to enjoy holding his hand as she drifted off to sleep. The next day, Liam woke to find himself in bed alone. That didn't sit well with him, as it meant that first, he was alone, and second, Amber had apparently left the bed without him noticing. Some guard he was turning out to be. He quickly rose, went to the other bedroom and dressed. He could hear Amber in the other room and headed into the kitchen where she was making breakfast.
Good morning.
She smiled at him. He finally relaxed. Good morrow to you, lass. He found he liked waking up to her and was glad for the opportunity to do so. She was bright, cheerful, and fun to be around.
Are you ready for another day? A new adventure?
He leaned against the counter. What do you have planned?
It's cleaning day.
We're to clean. He didn't like that at all. He wished to do something fun with her again. I didn't wish to do that. I wish to do something fun.
Work first, play later.
Not when Sonny could show up at any time and whisk him away. Mayhap he could charm the girl into doing as he wished. He deliberately pushed his lower lip out, something that used to appeal to the ladies. Perhaps just this once we might play, rather than clean.
Oh, I've got your number. We'll do the work first and play after.
We could find Roger and ask him for more entertainments. We might even go see the Shark Tank. And Roger told me about a roller coaster and a place with horses and jousting. I'm anxious to see all. She stopped wiping down the counter and looked over her shoulder.
Entertainments, you say? Okay, I'll entertain you. Let's play Truth or Dare while we get the work done.
Liam perked up. I've not played this game. Will you teach me the rules?
I'll teach you as we go. I'll start. Truth or Dare, Liam?
Dare.
Now, how did I know you were going to choose that?
He grinned at her. Do you see, you're already getting to know me, lass.
I suppose I am. All right, I dare you to sweep the front steps and the attached deck. You'll need to move the chairs out of the way first.
Liam's lips parted. That is not much of a dare.
My games, my rules.
She handed him a broom, and Liam reluctantly took it. 'Tis not a very fun game.
You just need to learn to play.
'Tis my turn next.
It is.
He took the broom, went outside, and set the chairs into the dirt. He excelled at games, and he'd try and win this one too. He quickly swept as she instructed, put the chairs back, and eagerly went back inside. Truth or dare, Amber?
Truth.
He hadn't thought that far ahead, assuming she would choose a dare and he could dare her to go and play games with him. She'd surprised him, and he didn't have anything ready. Well now, lass. He tried to think. Have you What I mean to say is, he lifted his head as he thought of something to ask her. Who was the man who courted you last?
Derek Gaines. Okay, now it's my turn.
Wait, that didn't answer my question at all. Her eyes gleamed.
What do you mean? I answered your question exactly as it was asked.
But I wished to hear the details. Did you love him? Was he good to ye? Why is he no longer with ye?
Sorry, one question per turn, and it's my turn now. Truth or dare?
He was on to her now. He knew he'd end up cleaning something if he said dare, which of course wasn't much of a dare at all. Truth.
I know you were from the Highlands in Scotland. How? No. Why did you end up here?
I didn't know.
You have to tell the truth.
I've lived in Scotland all my life, just outside Balquhidder. I'm sure I drove my parents mad, my brothers as well, but my sister adored me.
It sounds like you love them a lot.
He nodded. I did. I do. I miss them still. She smiled.
I envy you that. I was only a child and my mother died young. So it was just me and my dad. And although I know he loves me, his lifestyle isn't for me. But you haven't answered my question. Why did you end up here?
I suppose I ended up here because this is where the witch wanted me to be. I've been charged with your cure.
The witch? As in a wicked witch?
He smiled. Are ye trying to cheat? One answer per turn. She smiled back.
All right. We'll get to that. Your turn.
Truth or dare?
Truth.
His brows lowered. How was he to get her to take him anywhere if she refused to take the dare? On the other hand, he wished to know more of this Derek. Why did your courtship with Derek Gaines end?
Derek and I met at the post office, and he chatted with me for a while and asked me out. He was good-looking and personable, so I said yes. We arranged to meet at a nice restaurant, and he took me out to dinner. It was fun, so we set up another date. That time, we decided to do the touristy thing, and we went to Circus and played in the arcade. We had a good time, but at the end of the date, he wanted to come home with me. When I told him no, it sort of got ugly. He said he'd spent a lot of money on me and had some expectations. I paid him back the money and told him to get lost.
Liam's mouth tightened. Where can I find this man? She laughed and finished wiping down the refrigerator.
I don't know, try the post office.
He glowered at her for a moment.
Okay, my turn. Truth or dare?
Truth.
Okay, tell me about the witch.
Liam shifted from one foot to the next. He hadn't been told he could not tell about the happenings at Culloden Moor, but he wasn't sure what her reaction would be if he did.
I can see you're thinking about lying to me. This is truth or dare, and you have to tell the truth.
Well, if he had to. I was killed, along with my brothers and comrades, in the Battle of Culloden Moor. He saw her eyes widened. After we'd haunted the place for centuries, the young witch Sansaray arrived, and after watching her grow from a burn, she offered us each the opportunity to move on after performing a good deed. Ye are my good deed. She was smiling by the time he'd finished.
All right, if you're not going to tell the truth, then at least you tell a good story. So, to recap, you're a ghost, you're here for a few days. You're to do a good deed?
He nodded.
That's your story, and you're sticking to it?
He nodded again. She reached out and pressed her fingers against his shoulder.
All right, but I'm going on record as saying that you're awfully corporal for a ghost.
He could expound, but decided to let matters lie. Aye, my turn.
Yes, but if I get inventive with the truth, it's no one's fault but your own.
He thought to protest, as he wished to know her better, but decided to wait and see what she'd say. Should he ask her more questions about the men who'd courted her? He'd considered why he wanted to know, and decided to get straight to the heart of the matter. Have ye ever loved a man? One who wasn't related to ye? She stopped sweeping the kitchen floor and her eyes brightened.
I don't know. I mean, I guess yesterday I would have said no, but today?
She shrugged.
Maybe a little bit?
His breath stilled. Was she saying what he thought she was saying? He moved a step forward, and as he did, she did as well. His breath caught, and before he'd realized his intent, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Sensation exploded between them, and her soft mouth was like velvet against his. He shouldn't be doing this. He knew he shouldn't. This wasn't what he'd been sent for. He wasn't here to fulfill his own wants and desires, but this girl did things to him. After being dead for 270 years, having her in his arms was like a dream come true. She might be falling for him. He was falling hard as well. He was only to be there for another day or so. So did this kiss truly matter? He couldn't believe she could fall in love with him in so short a period of time, so he didn't think he could actually hurt Amber. It was just a kiss, another adventure, a sweet memory to take with him wherever he was to go next. Mayhap he'd leave her with some warm recollections as well. He pulled away and gazed down at her soft expression. He barely stopped himself from pulling her close again. She was growing fond of him, and he definitely returned the emotion. While he was here, for whatever time remained to him, he could protect her, as was his charge, but why not court her as well? Chapter 9. There was a knock on the door, and, heart pounding, Amber hurried to answer it. What was she doing, flirting with this guy, implying she was falling in love with him? Was she? She released a breath. That was a question for another day. She opened the door to find Roger and Velma standing there. Do you two have any desire to go downtown today?
What for?
Roger, his arm tight about Velma's shoulder, beamed. We might just need some witnesses. Velma squealed and clapped her hands. Amber's eyes widened.
Are you kidding me? You're getting married today? You're actually doing it?
Amber felt Liam come up behind her, and she blushed. Roger gave Velma another squeeze. We've known this has been coming for a long time, and last night we sat down to set a date and decided, why wait? He gave Liam a man-to-man look. So today it is. Amber smiled.
You guys are wild and crazy.
Yes we are. Roger smiled down at Velma.
Do you want to come inside? We have to finish getting ready.
Velma grinned from ear to ear and wore more makeup than usual, and her hair was puffed high and sported purple streaks.
Where are you getting married?
The Graceland Chapel, of course. Roger's grin widened. We're from Las Vegas. Where else would we get married, baby?
We want both you and Liam to attend if you can.
Velma smiled shyly. Amber glanced over her shoulder.
Liam, are you up for a wedding?
That I am. She knew Liam wanted to go somewhere and considered whether it was safe to leave her place, but decided with Liam at her side and surrounded by crowds, they should be just fine.
What time is the ceremony?
We called, and they said to just come on down, and they'll fit us in.
Do you have a dress?
Velma nodded.
I do. It was my mother's, and it fits like it was made for me. All right, we'll just get ready. We taking the bus?
Yes. Roger was bright with happiness. We get a limousine ride afterward.
What time?
We'll meet you at the bus stop in 30 minutes. After she shut the door, she glanced at Liam.
It looks like you're going to get to wear your suit after all.
Liam grinned. Because I make it look good.
That's right. You do make it look good. But when you introduce yourself, promise me you'll say, my name is MacGregor, Liam MacGregor. Okay?
Laughing, Liam headed down the hall, and Amber blew out a long breath. She'd just bet the guy would look good in anything. After stepping off the bus, Roger, carrying Velma's carefully wrapped gown, led the way to a nearby shop. It was hot in his suit. "Where are we going?" Liam asked.
To buy a wedding ring. Maybe two if we can afford it.
Velma looked completely thrilled, and so did Amber for that matter. They walked into a nearby building, and bells jingled over the door as they made their way inside. Liam was entranced with the wares the shopkeeper had for sale. Most of the items he didn't recognize. There were shelves of equipment he could not fathom, but some he did. Musical instruments lined the walls. Tools were set here and there. Phones, cameras, televisions. He even spotted a few wedding gowns. Roger and Velma headed directly to a glass counter and looked at the wares inside. Amber was beside them, beautiful and fresh in a pretty blue dress. Liam followed. Many rings were displayed beneath the glass, some beautiful, some gaudy and unattractive. Roger was asking about price, and after a moment, Liam noted old coins off to one side. He fished one of his own out of his sporran. "Let's just get one," Roger said. "I'd rather get you a really nice one, and we can always buy me one later." "Dinna worry about such. I've plenty of money, and you should both get one." Roger looked up in surprise. "Hey, man, that's generous, but I wouldn't expect you to—" Liam held up his hand. "I insist. I've money to spare, and if it's to be a wedding, this is my gift to ye." Amber smiled, and warmth suffused his chest. "Shopkeeper, what think ye of this?" Liam held up the coin. The older man took it from him, bent his head, and his thinning hair did not to hide the shine, as light from above bounced off his scalp. The man retrieved a book and glanced through it, and his eyes widened as he glanced up at Liam. "I'll give you $100 for it." Liam wasn't fooled. He was a Scotsman after all, and cannier than most. The man wanted it. Liam held out his hand. 100? I suppose I'm not ready to sell. 200? Liam merely kept his hand out. The man's own hand clenched around the coin. $500, and that's my final offer. Liam smiled. I'm sure you can do much better than that. Amber was looking between the two of them.
Let me see that coin book you have there.
The merchant slammed it shut. Amber reached forward and snatched it from beneath his open palm.
Now hand over the coin.
When the man seemed to hesitate, Amber's eyes narrowed.
Right now.
The shopkeeper reluctantly slid the coin across the glass to Amber.
Now, do I need to look through the book, or are you going to tell me what it's really worth?
The shopkeeper's mouth puckered. You can't blame a man for trying to make a living.
How much is it worth?
$50,000? Amber gaped as she turned toward Liam.
What on earth are you doing carrying that coin around with you?
Liam shrugged. 'Twas part of my last payment from the French, that and others like it. Amber shook her head.
Is it me, or does money fall into your lap wherever you go?
It does drive my brothers to madness.
So you've always been this way. Lucky?
Only with funds. I told ye of Culloden Moor. Roger was looking at them. Is it really all right if I take you up on your offer for the rings? I insist. Liam moved to study the rings and immediately found one he liked very much. A delicate gold band engraved with roses. He kept his opinion to himself. He wasn't the bride or the groom. After they made their selection, The couple excused themselves to go and change their clothes while Liam haggled over price. More a Scots instinct than a true desire to save money. Amber wandered off to look at the wares. Heart suddenly pounding, Liam asked for the gold ring and purchased it as well. It was a stupid thing to do. He could never marry Amber. He'd no doubt be gone by the end of the day. But if she had the ring, perhaps she'd remember him fondly when she wore it. "You sure you don't want to sell me that coin?" "Not at this time, but I'll keep you in mind if I do." The shopkeeper didn't look happy, but there was naught he could do. Liam purchased the 3 rings, pocketed the one, and joined the others. When Roger and Velma rejoined them in their wedding finery, Liam gave Roger the 2 rings, but kept the 3rd. He felt as if it burned through his sporran. He'd leave it as a gift when he left. He followed everyone out, walking behind Amber. If only this was to be his wedding, his and Amber's. Would she have him if he asked? He didn't know, but knew he'd marry her between one heartbeat and the next if he could. All dressed up, they rode the bus further downtown, and Amber immediately started taking pictures of the couple with her camera phone.
Smile!
Velma's dress was white, strapless, knee-high, and flared like a bell. Roger wore a suit that had seen better days and didn't quite fit him. It didn't matter. They were adorable, and everyone was in a jovial mood. They stepped off at the bus stop closest to their destination and walked the 3 blocks to Graceland Chapel. Velma and Roger were congratulated repeatedly, and some tourists even stopped to take their pictures with them. Amber continued to snap pictures for Velma and Roger. Occasionally, she took one of Liam, looking sharp in his grey suit. Laughing and having a good time, they finally arrived at their destination. The chapel resembled a cottage, except for the tall stone steeple on one side embedded with a clock.
I'm surprised you picked this place. I'd have thought maybe you'd get married on the extraterrestrial highway or at the gates by Area 51. I'm sure the little Ella Lynn could have put on a spread for you afterward. It seems like a little tame for the 2 of you.
Roger laughed. "Tell her, Velma." Velma's face lit up.
We actually did consider it, but we decided what could be more alien than Elvis Presley performing the ceremony.
"Elvis Presley?" Liam looked confused. Amber smiled.
You know, big black hair, sideburns. You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Liam looked at her blankly.
The high collar shirts, the rings and pilot glasses.
Liam shrugged. Still chuckling, Amber followed Roger and Velma through the courtyard to the front doors. Liam trailed behind, studying the stone bridge, the gazebo, and the big sign that pronounced the name of the chapel. They went inside to find a check-in desk.
Are you Roger and Velma?
"We are," Roger stated.
All right, let's get you started. I see that you've signed up for the flowers, photography, and Elvis.
Roger swallowed, suddenly nervous. "That's right." Roger held Velma tightly to his side. "Only the best for my baby." Amber took another picture. They were just so cute. They paid, signed their names on the registry, were given flowers and ushered into the small chapel. Amber glanced around at the benches on each side, with flowers attached on each end. "Hello." Elvis himself came forward to meet them. He wore a high-coloured black jumpsuit with a deep V that arrowed halfway down his chest, exposing chest hair. Come in. Who's the groom?" Roger raised a hand as another man came into the room and snapped a picture. "All right, young man." Elvis gestured to the spot at the front. "Stand right here. And the bride, Velma, is it?" When Velma giggled and nodded, he continued. "Velma, you stay where you are in the back, and your two guests come up front and find a seat." Amber sank down with Liam at her side. When everyone was settled, Elvis flipped a switch, and a mist of fog came out from under the floor. Sitting as they were in the front row, it quickly reached their feet, and Liam lifted his. Amber patted his leg.
It's fine. It won't hurt you.
Liam reluctantly settled his feet once more. Music started blaring loudly from speakers, startling Liam, and Elvis picked up a microphone and started to sing "Can't Help Falling in Love" as he gyrated his way down the aisle to Velma. He turned and waved his hand at the rest of them, and Amber started to sing along. It wasn't incredibly romantic, but it was fun, silly and amusing. Not a bad way to start a marriage. Liam had a look on his face, half wonderment, half horror. Roger was singing now too, and dancing in place. If this is what the couple wanted, they all might as well have a blast sharing in the occasion. Amber raised her hands and started dancing with her upper body as she stayed in her seat, still singing along and smiling like crazy. Liam watched her, confusion etched on his face. Elvis, his arm around the bride, escorted Velma down the aisle, still singing into his microphone. When he handed Velma off to Roger, he stood with the couple while a photographer took pictures. Amber had always sort of looked down on a Las Vegas wedding, but this was so fun, she might have to change her opinion. The music cut out, and Elvis moved smoothly forward to begin the ceremony. "Friends, we are gathered here together to celebrate the promise of love between Roger and Velma. A marriage is two hearts filled with love coming together forever. It's also a promise to communicate and share lives, the good and the bad. It's a commitment between husband and wife." Elvis picked up a microphone. "And it's also about..." The music blurred again, and Elvis started to shake his hips to the tune of "Burning Love." He danced his way to the couple, danced with them, spun Velma a few times, and then danced his way back to the front. Amber was giggling at the spectacle, but also at Liam, who was smiling now, if still disbelieving. The music abruptly stopped. "Roger and Velma, I want you both to think back to the very first time you met. Now I want you to think forward through to this day. Roger, pick up the ring and place it on her finger. Now, look at Velma and repeat after me. Velma, I take you to be my loving wife, in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health, for now and forever." Roger placed the ring on Velma's finger and repeated the words. Amber had to admit that as silly as the wedding seemed, the look in Roger's eyes was tender for his new bride, and sincere, and it caused her to unexpectedly tear up. A rush of feeling welled up inside of her, and she couldn't help glance at Liam. Would she end up marrying this man? Marriage was not her thing, she reminded herself. He was a great guy, fun, amusing, gorgeous, and yes, she was very attracted to him. She wasn't denying that. "All right now, Velma, it's your turn. Do you have a ring for Roger?" Velma brought out the ring they'd recently purchased at the pawn shop. "All right, now place the ring on Roger's finger and repeat after me. Roger, I take you to be my loving husband, in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health, for now and forever." Velma repeated the words, placed the ring on Roger's finger. Elvis surged forward to stand in front of the couple. "Now, Roger, repeat after me. I promise to always love you tender and never act like a hound dog, and from this day forward, I promise to be your hunk of burning love." Gyrating hips accompanied the last words. Roger laughed and repeated the words, and also gyrated his hips. "All right, Velma, it's your turn. Repeat after me. I promise to love you tender and always be your loving teddy bear from this day forward." Smiling, Velma repeated the words. I promise I will never stop you from wearing your blue suede shoes, and I will always be your hunk of burning love." Everyone was laughing pretty hard by the time Velma said the words, but Elvis wasn't finished yet. "There will be trying times, so make the happy times even more wonderful. Remember to always say you're sorry, and always say I love you. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Now kiss your bride, man, and thank you very much for choosing Graceland." As the couple tenderly kissed, intense feeling welled up within Amber. She really liked Liam. Was there any chance he was the one for her? She didn't know. All she knew was that within hours of meeting him, she'd had a strong reaction to him. Was there a chance they might marry someday? She chuckled, laughing at herself. It was early days, and there was absolutely no rush. Time would tell. They were both young and had all the time in the world. She took his hand, and he squeezed hers in return. Viva Las Vegas started playing as Elvis danced around the kissing couple. The photographer took a few more pictures and encouraged everyone to stand up and dance their way up the aisle. Laughing, they all obliged, and Elvis danced them right out of the chapel and to the front doors, and that was it. Velma and Roger were married, and Elvis had left the building. Chapter 10. They left the chapel, and everyone was all smiles. Roger pulled Liam aside. "Look, were you paid for the rings? Would I seem like an ingrate if I used some of the money I still have to splurge in a hotel?" "Not at all. The rings are a gift, and not to be taken into consideration." Liam slapped the smaller man on the back. "'Tis your wedding day. Go and have fun." "Thanks, dude. You're the best." As Liam watched, Roger hurried back to his bride. The chapel offered a limousine service to a hotel of choice, and the couple stood beside it, as Amber, looking beautiful in her blue summer dress, snapped a few more pictures and waved them off. She blew the bubbles provided by the chapel.
Goodbye. We'll see you soon. Have fun.
Roger laughed as they stood beside the open door of the white limousine. "Oh, don't you worry. We will."
Amber, catch.
Amber caught the bouquet Velma threw over her shoulder, and the newlyweds waved and climbed into the back of the limousine. Within minutes, they were out of sight. Amber smiled up at him, more beautiful than ever. Looking at her, bouquet in hand, and the ring practically burning a hole in his sporran, he felt a spurt of jealousy for Roger. Would that he could sweep Amber off her feet and find a priest.
What did you think? Wasn't that fun?
He nodded. He did not wish to tell her he thought it a highly ridiculous way to wed and hurt her feelings. He did not wish to offend Roger or Velma either. 'Twas not what I'm used to.
Vegas weddings are a bit over the top. If you were getting married, would you go for something like that? Or would you want a different sort of wedding?
Her bright eyes gazed up at him, and his heart started to beat a little faster. He wondered if she could also picture the two of them together, or if it was just him. "This is not the sort of wedding I would care for."
Really? So what are you used to? Where will you get married? The highest mountain? The deepest cave? Swimming with sharks?
He shook his head and smiled at her silliness. "In kirk with a priest to bless us. I dinna take everything lightly, and I wouldn't marriage." The way she was looking at him again, with her eyes softened and sweet, he wished to bend down and kiss her lips, but decided to control himself. If he didn't, he might drop to his knees and pull out the ring. He might propose, whisk her away, and with only a few hours left to stay, it wouldn't be fair to her. They took off walking. In the daylight, the city looked much different. It was better to concentrate on his surroundings than on the girl clinging to his arm, but he couldn't seem to stop himself from placing his own hand atop hers as they walked along.
I like the way you see the world, Liam.
What do you mean?
Just that regardless of your tough exterior, I think deep down inside you're a romantic.
He snorted. I didn't believe. A car pulled up next to them, stopped, and 3 men, including the driver, jumped out and rushed them. They were the men from yesterday, the ones that tried to steal Amber away. Before Liam had even thought, he shoved Amber behind him, kicked at the gun one man was raising, stuck his knife in the thigh of another, and shoved his fist into the jaw of the third. 2 of the men went down, and Liam quickly withdrew another knife, glanced around at the crowded sidewalks, and decided not to kill the man. But his hesitation cost him. The villain lifted a gun and shot him in the chest. Liam yelled out a curse. What hurt? His fist shot out to jab the man's throat hard. Choking, grasping his throat, the villain went down to the sidewalk as well. Liam collected his knife, wiped it on the pants of the screaming man, gathered all the other weapons, and shoved them haphazardly about the belt at his waist. He grabbed Amber's hand and pulled her toward the running vehicle. Can you drive, lass? Eyes wide, she reached out to touch his chest.
Are you all right? There's no blood. Are you injured? Did he shoot you?
'Tis fine. Come on, let's go. Looking shocked, her gaze moved to the 3 downed men. She sputtered for a moment, then nodded.
Yes.
She said the words faintly.
I can drive. We need to get out of here.
Liam herded Amber into the driver's seat, shut the door, and rounded the car and slid in beside her. As soon as he'd shut the door, Amber rushed the vehicle into traffic. Moving around cars, she finally turned onto another road where the traffic was going much faster. She visibly relaxed. Liam rubbed his chest, stuck his hand underneath the shirt, and couldn't find any wound. He'd once been hit by a musket ball, and it killed him. Perhaps in this time, weapons were less effective.
Are you sure you're all right?
Amber worriedly looked between him and the road. I seem to be fine. I would have thought a musket ball would be strong enough to pierce even this tough hide.
Are you saying you were shot?
Her eyes filled with tears, but she kept her hands on the steering wheel. She quickly pulled over into a parking lot and jumped out of the car. He did as well, glancing around for enemies. Amber tugged his dress shirt open, forcing him to throw the weapons into the car or risk dislodging them all. She ran her hands under his shirt and over his chest. His eyebrows rose, and he went up on his toes. Lass, I'm fine. I've not been pierced by the musket ball. She finally took a step back and glanced up at him.
The bullet must have missed you. That's the only explanation.
He rubbed his chest where it hurt earlier. I didn't think so. It just didn't pierce my skin.
That's impossible. Bullets travel at, I don't know, thousands of miles per hour. Do you think he had blanks?
He didn't know what she meant and simply shrugged. Her comment about how speedy bullets were reminded him of the few movies he'd seen. As the weapons had progressed over the years, so had their interest in them. Not that they were able to see much beyond the displays at Culloden Moor. Perhaps he couldn't be hurt. He thought to test it, but didn't wish to stress Amber more than she already was. Come, lass, let us get back in the car and away from this place. She nodded and slid back in the car. He did the same.
Why did you do that? Why did you take on 3 men? You could have been hurt.
He shrugged as they drove back into traffic, much more slowly this time. I didn't think about it. Why would I? You're in my care and mine to protect. She drew a deep breath.
I don't want you dead.
He spread out his hands. I'm not any more. She shot him a narrow-eyed look, then relaxed.
Well, I bet those guys think twice before messing with you again.
Liam nodded. And well they might. She gasped in air, but a moment later she smiled at him. He recognized the excitement and relief one felt after battle and returned the smile, feeling exuberance as well.
You saved me.
The way she was glancing at him made him feel 10 feet tall. You're always safe in my care. She drew in another deep breath and nodded.
You were actually quite magnificent.
Careful, else you'll swell my head. He ran his hand over the seat, loving the textured leather. He glanced around at the buttons he didn't know how to use. I like this car very much. As you didn't have one, do you think we could keep it? You could teach me how to drive. She smiled again.
The spoils of war? I don't think so. Whoever hired these men will be looking for this car. We don't want to make it too easy for them, do we?
But it would give us transportation. We could go about more. Roger's car does not seem as dependable as this one.
We're not keeping the car.
Liam crossed his arms over his chest. I want it.
We're ditching it, and that's final.
With a pout, Liam sank down into the seat. If it was the last thing he ever did, he was getting a nice car. She had to admit, Liam pouting, it was cute. He certainly seemed to like the finer things in life, didn't they all? If she relied on her father, she could certainly have the finer things, but she didn't like the strings that came attached to his generosity. Plus, she'd have to wonder if someone was hurt when her father acquired said money. All in all, it was easier and more mentally healthy to avoid her father and live her own life. She'd just keep writing magazine articles and hope it turned into something more lucrative. Liam, on the other hand, seemed to have money fall into his lap wherever he went. She suddenly realized that, like a homing pigeon, she was driving back to her trailer. She abruptly slowed. For all she knew, the car was bugged with a GPS tracker of some kind. It had been a while since she'd had a car, and she wasn't sure if they were easily tracked. She suspected the men she was dealing with knew exactly where she was at that moment.
We have to ditch the car. I just realized they might be able to find us by tracking the car.
Liam's pout melted away. Should we take the bus? It kind of freaked her out that she'd been driving toward her place. Las Vegas was huge, so she shouldn't be worried. But they'd found her, hadn't they? At a wedding chapel of all places. Suddenly, she was afraid to go back to her place. It wouldn't hurt to lay low for a few days. She could go to her father's, but that didn't set well.
I don't really have any money in my account. Well, I do, but that particular credit card is back at my place and I don't like to use my father's money. What about you? Do you think you have enough money left for a hotel?
Liam's eyes started to gleam. In one of the big buildings, I have money enough, and if I run out, I can always find more. She rolled her eyes.
I suppose you could.
What's it to be?
I don't know. I'm thinking, if we stay at one of the seedier cheap places.
Nay, Liam grimaced. I wish for a big place, one that rises up into the sky.
I suppose, with all the tourists, we'd be hard to find there. Do you have a place in mind?
When I arrived, I saw a place that had dancing water, just before I found ye. What about there?
The Bellagio? I wonder how much money you have, because it's like the most expensive place in town. One of them, anyway. We can stay at one of the big buildings without spending that much money.
Where then?
I don't know.
She pulled the car over and parked at the back of a convenience store. They got out and started to walk.
Let's just ride a bus up the strip, and we'll figure out where to stay when we get there.
What will we do? Visit the sights? Have a good time? They needed to disappear, but hanging out in a room with Liam might be just as dangerous to her. To her heart anyway. She stuck her phone in her back pocket.
Don't worry, we'll find plenty of things to do.
Liam watched closely as Amber opened the door to their hotel room with a square key. He'd never seen the like. He followed her inside and looked around at the Egyptian-themed room as he set down the bag of clothing they'd purchased at the nearby shops. It was actually quite beautiful, smelled good, and his eyes narrowed in on the 2 beds. Suddenly, he wished they were back at the trailer. If Sonny didn't show up, he wouldn't mind lying beside her and holding her hand again until morn.
What do you think?
She set the food and drinks they'd purchased in the hotel food court on the counter. "'Tis nice." He walked over to the window to look at the view. The main thoroughfare streamed along below, and he was amazed anew at the number of cars travelling along it.
I'm going to change my clothes.
Amber scooped up the bags and headed to the bathroom. When she came out a few minutes later, she looked charming in the blue shorts and white t-shirt.
Your turn.
Liam went into the bathroom and changed into jeans, t-shirt and new sandals. When he came back out, Amber was opening a drink and she took a sip of the red liquid.
Do you want some Gatorade? Or would you like to eat now or later? We could put the sandwiches in the refrigerator if you want to eat later.
He could tell she was slightly uncomfortable now that they were in the room together. He didn't blame her. If she knew what he was thinking, how he wanted nothing more than to take her in his arms and keep her there, she'd probably run screaming from the place. He certainly wasn't hungry for food when she was around.
Or we could watch a movie?
He turned to study her nervous expression. "I liked the game we played yesterday, Truth or Dare." He'd liked the intimacy of it, the way it made him feel closer to her. "Do you want to play again?" She took another sip of her drink, then stared at it. She lifted her gaze to study him and seemed a little more breathless than before.
Have you ever played Spin the Bottle?
Watching her closely, he shook his head. She swiftly turned away.
Forget I said anything. Maybe I'll run down to the gift shop and get some cards.
"Nay, let's play Spin the Bottle. How does it work?"
Cards are better, or we could watch TV.
Something was up, he just didn't know what. "I insist upon Spin the Bottle." She sucked in a breath and wouldn't look at him. "Lass?" She nodded, retrieved a cup from the bathroom, poured her drink inside and screwed on the cap. She sat down on the floor, crossed her legs, and indicated he should sit across from her.
This is probably a bad idea.
He sank down, and though he couldn't cross his legs, he leaned back against the couch. She set the bottle between them. "How do you play?" She licked her lips.
Well,
"Well, what?" She placed a hand on the bottle and finally gave it a spin. It circled between them and finally stopped, pointing at the door.
your turn.
It did not look a very fun game, maybe one that might keep young Burns entertained, but he spun it anyway. It stopped again, pointing at Amber.
You spin the bottle, and if it points at someone, you have to...
She couldn't seem to get herself to say it. "You have to what?" She swallowed, hesitated, then finally, in a rush, said,
You have to kiss them.
His eyes widened and he sat up, his spine straightening.
I mean, maybe this is stupid and we should...
Liam leaned forward in a rush, curled his finger under her chin and kissed her, his lips clinging to hers. When he sat back, she was breathless, the eagerness in her gaze driving him mad. He loved this game. "'Tis your turn now."
Yes, it's my turn.
He sat back, and she sucked in air and gave the bottle a quick spin. While it circled, he didn't watch it, but rather watched her. With her face flushed the way it was, and her inability to draw a steady breath, she looked the most beautiful creation in the world. Dark hair spilled about her shoulders, and her coffee-coloured eyes sparkled, eager and wary. He couldn't believe the number of years he'd gone without her in his life. Pain speared his chest. He didn't know how he'd ever do it again. The bottle finally started to slow, ever slower, until it finally came to a halt. It was pointed right at him. She swallowed.
I should never have started this. We should just go and get that pack of cards. I could teach you how to play Go Fish, or even better, solitaire.
He gazed at her lips, waiting for her to lean closer. You're stolen, lass, she said, staring at his lips as well. She slowly leaned forward, across the top of the bottle, and he copied her motion until they met in the middle. He slowly lowered his mouth to hers, and when their lips touched in the slightest of kisses, sensation arched between them once more. He leaned back to look at her. "'Tis my new favourite game."
I never should have started this. We have to stop.
"There's nothing I'd rather do."
We need to get out of this room.
"Didna ye say 'tis not safe?" He reached for her again, and she jumped up. She placed the sandwiches in the refrigerator.
We better get out of here. I know just the place. You'll definitely want to see it.
Chapter 11. They took the elevator down again, and, holding hands, Amber directed Liam to the ticket counter. They bought 2 tickets for Tournament of Kings and headed over to the Excalibur. As they had a little time to spare, they wandered into shops, one after the other, looking at castles, knights, dragons, and more. She was right. Liam was absolutely fascinated by everything they saw. When it was time, they headed down to see the joust. They filed in with the other spectators, were assigned the knights they were to cheer for, and settled in to watch the arena in the middle. Waiters came around, pouring drinks, serving soup, and entertaining the crowd. The show started just as the chicken, broccoli, and potatoes were served. Amber loved watching Liam as he exclaimed over the food, cheered for their knight, and commented on each one of the horses. He was practically vibrating with excitement.
Tell me, do you have horses at home?
Not for the last few years or so. All the horse flesh was confiscated, so we marched in the army, and the officers rode. But growing up, aye, we always had a few about.
Maybe you need to get more.
Aye. His attention was caught by the spectacle in front of them as the evil fire wizard, Mordred, invaded the festivities. When their knight came to the rescue, Liam cheered louder than anyone else. Amber laughed, watching him as much as the show. Liam continued to eat, but his complete attention was on the spectacle in front of him. Even the skimpily clad dancing girls and their tambourines failed to hold his notice. She was glad they'd come. He was enjoying it far more than she would have imagined, and she was having fun watching him. His face darkened for a moment.
What's the matter?
"I dinna like the way that man is treating the horse. 'Tis obvious to the most undiscerning eye the beast needs water." The horse foamed at the mouth.
Hopefully as soon as this part is done, the poor thing will get some water.
"I also dinna think they're trying hard to rescue the king."
Well, I'm sure they're doing their best.
Liam's face darkened even further, and he stood, went down the stairs, and jumped the railing into the arena. Amber's mouth dropped open as Liam pulled a knight from his horse before jumping on the animal's back. She slowly stood. She couldn't believe this was happening. She watched as Liam took the horse for a turn around the middle, then jumped off to examine the animal and talk to it. Chaos erupted. Everyone inside the ring started chasing after Liam. He jumped back on the horse and looked to be having a tremendous amount of fun as those in the arena chased after him, and others came out into the hard-packed dirt. The man could ride. The crowd cheered him on, and Liam threw both arms up in the air, let out what sounded like a war cry, and easily evaded the men trying to capture him. It looked as if he was going after the villain. Everyone in the crowd screamed, cheered, took pictures and egged him on. There were several comments about him being drunk. Maybe he was. She'd never met anybody so drunk on life as Liam. Amber slowly lowered herself back down into her seat and grinned. So much for staying under the radar. The big guy had better be able to protect her when he blew their cover. She wouldn't worry about that now, especially as there was nothing she could do about it. She might as well sit back and enjoy the show. Liam couldn't believe they'd captured him and thrown him out of the building. He'd had a moment of pure panic when he'd realised Amber wasn't with them, but she'd quickly followed, and he tucked her under his arm. He grinned down at her as they hurried into the crowd before the guards changed their mind and arrested him. She was looking at him, a stern expression upon her face, but that was nothing new. Even before he died, most people looked at him that way.
I can't believe they didn't arrest you.
He shrugged. They said they would until I mentioned the neglect of the horses, or maybe it was the man pointing his camera at them as they beat me. Leastways, they suddenly changed their mind. She stopped, forcing him to a halt.
They beat you?
The anger in her voice, in her face, made him grin. It does not signify. I'm fine. She was silent for a moment as he tugged her along.
I still don't know why you did that. I didn't see you giving the animal any water.
I would have, lass, and I assured the horse of such myself, but then I sort of became caught in the moment, so perhaps the boys can be forgiven after all. The animal had heart, I tell you true.
Well, that was quite reckless of you out there. You could have been hurt.
Did she worry over him? He liked the idea of it. I didn't believe I can be hurt.
That's what they all say until they're in traction at the hospital.
He shrugged. Are we to do something else? His gaze slid to her lips. Or if you'd rather go back to the privacy of our room, that would be fine as well. She snorted.
I'm tempted to take you to the shark tank and feed you to Jaws.
Liam's eyes widened. Are we near the shark tank? She glanced up and made a scoffing noise.
So much for scaring you into behaving.
He grinned down at her, so glad to be with her, to have her near him, and to be outside in the night air, spending time together. I've never been known for my good behaviour. Mayhap that is why I never found a woman to put up with me.
Oh, poor handsome Highlander. Can't find a girlfriend.
Handsome? He grinned, tightening his grip on her. Will you be my girl, then, lass? Amber's breath caught, and she glanced away, startled by the question. Was he serious? With Liam's happy-go-lucky, frivolous attitude, it was difficult to tell. She wanted to say yes, to see what he'd say, but didn't quite dare. Instead, she just smiled, reminding herself it was early days yet.
Does this mean we're going steady?
If you'll have me, lass. He stopped and turned to her, solemn, intense. For whatever time left to me, I'll be yours. As the crowd jostled them, he held out a ring. She almost couldn't breathe.
Where did you get that?
At the shop today. It reminded me of ye. She looked at the gold ring held between his fingers, intricately decorated with roses. Emotion rose to tighten her chest and burn her eyes with tears. She knew he wasn't sincere. He couldn't be. But she held her hand out anyway.
All right. I guess this means we're going steady.
He slid the ring onto her finger, leaned down to kiss it, then kissed her. For the rest of my life. Amber tried to hide her tears and emotions from him, which in turn made him feel tearful and emotional. He clutched her tight and she pressed her face to his chest. He kissed the top of her head. He loved this woman. Their time had been short, but what did that signify? Sonny had no doubt left him with Amber because she was his and he hers, even if for but a short while. Gratitude for that and dread of leaving filled him. Amber pulled back.
We need to celebrate this occasion.
Still not looking at him, she took his hand and led the way. He gladly followed. They climbed stairs, and Amber led the way into another large building, through yet another crowd, past gambling and shops. When they finally arrived at their destination, he glanced around. "What is this?"
It's a ride, a roller coaster. Have you ever been on one?
He shook his head.
Well, you're going to love it.
They had to wait in line a long while, but Liam didn't mind as Amber pressed herself against him and wrapped her arms around his waist as he held her close and rubbed her back. He studied what he could see of the ride, watched people sit in the metal cars, then watched them return, frazzled and laughing. Regardless of their safe return, he started to get nervous as they slid forward in line. He quite enjoyed the feeling of fear and anticipation. It was finally their turn. Amber held out her hand.
Will you put my keys and phone in your purse? I don't want to lose them.
Liam turned a steely-eyed glare upon her. "Purse, 'tis a spoddin'," she smiled.
Whatever you say.
He stowed her possessions, and they seated themselves in on the ride, and they almost didn't let Liam go because of his long legs, but finally they were situated. Amber lay her hand over his.
You're gonna like this.
He could see the tracks, and with the tiny seats they were in, it didn't look like it would hold. The roller coaster jerked, then climbed slowly up the tracks, anticipation building the higher they climbed. When they reached the top, Liam could see the horizon in the distance, the mountains outlined by the setting sun. Then they unexpectedly dropped, falling so suddenly, the car reaching such incredible speeds, Liam's neck muscles tightened to hold his noggin in place. His arm shot out to brace Amber as his heart seemed to rise to his chest. As they dipped up and down, terror rose to his throat, and he just about couldn't believe it when the roller coaster looped upside down before speeding across the track again. He was screaming, both in terror and excitement. The ride was fast and furious, and incredibly short. Trying to catch his breath, he turned to see Amber grinning at him. Again.
All right, again.
Chapter 12. They were still laughing when they seated themselves on the monorail. Liam talked Amber into taking him to see the sharks after all, and when the door slid shut on the compartment, they glided over the tracks to Mandalay Bay. It wasn't as exciting as the roller coaster, but still fun to glide across the city. The monorail stopped at the Luxor to pick up more people and drop some off. Liam could truly get used to all this, the excitement and fun, everyone having a good time within their own groups. As a place to settle, it wouldn't be his first choice, but as a place to spend time, why? He wished his brothers could see all this. They stepped off at Mandalay Bay and walked through yet another casino. Liam was amazed that wherever they went, everything was full of luxury, anticipation, and amusements for all. Of course he was with Amber. Her mere presence kept him in a state of anticipation. He'd seen naught that was more fun than being with her. She made everything exciting and special. He squeezed her hand, unwilling to stop touching her, never wanting to let go. Had his brothers had the same opportunity? He hoped so. He hoped they'd found some joy for however short a time. His hand tightened on Amber's. Even if in the end they lost everything, as no doubt he'd lose Amber.
What is it?
Liam relaxed his grip. "'Tis nothing, sweeting, simply a passing thought." He rubbed the ring he placed on her finger earlier and, once more, wished she truly could be his, forever. He was glad he'd given it to her. Perhaps she would remember him with fondness in the years to come. Mayhap they might be reunited one day, and she'd remember him, and still feel a tenderness toward him. He'd never forget her. He rolled his shoulders, trying to rid himself of mawkishness. Did he mean to waste the time he did have with Amber by worrying about the time he would not? When they arrived at the ticket counter, he was glad for the distraction. They were quickly ushered up a moving staircase to get photos taken, and then they were inside. A prickle of excitement raced through Liam. "You never told me how Jaws came to live here." Her lips quirked.
You're serious, aren't you? Jaws isn't here.
Disappointment had his mouth parting. "You mean to say there are not sharks here?" Her eyes narrowed at him.
You know, Liam, sometimes I just don't know if you're joking or not.
"I do like to jest, but I wasn't just now."
Jaws doesn't live here. He's too busy jumping out at people at Universal Studios, but yes, there are definitely sharks here. Does that answer your question?
"Oh, I thought perhaps you were teasing me, and we wouldn't see a shark."
We'll see sharks.
And then it was their turn to climb the moving staircase. At the top, near big columns and stone walls, they stood to have their picture taken before moving on. They wandered past more stone walls and around a corner to see pools of water, until they came to the dragon lying on a rock. It looked more like an overgrown lizard than a dragon. A coiled snake was next, then some fish, but Liam was anxious for the sharks. They moved past people, ignoring the next few exhibits. Amber put her hand on his arm.
Oh, look, piranhas!
"Where?" They made their way to the front and looked down into murky water. Squatting down, they could see the flat fish floating harmlessly at the side of the tank. Liam glared at Amber. "Those didn't look nearly as fearsome as ye described."
Oh yeah? Stick your hand in the water then.
He looked at the fish, still and staring, and the hair rose on his neck. He shook his head. "The water looks nasty, else I would."
Uh-huh.
Lips curling in disgust, Liam moved on. He was starting to think Amber might be teasing him somehow, but did not ken how. They rounded another corner to see sharks swimming in the water and rounding a large rock. His eyes narrowed once more. "They're small. Their mouths didn't look big enough to eat a man. They're nothing like Jaws." She shrugged.
They're babies. Let's see if we can find some bigger ones.
They rounded another corner and came to a tunnel made of glass. Fish swam on every side he cared to look, small sharks as well. The noises of the other tourists echoed in the enclosed space. "All this is inside the ocean." Amber nodded.
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
"Aye, it is." It was impressive, he couldn't deny it, but it certainly wasn't the scare he'd expected. In the next room, they encountered what a guide told them were stingrays gliding over a sandy bottom. They were encouraged to touch the beasts, and Liam bent down to run fingers over an animal. It felt like leather. A rounded tank filled with jellyfish was next, glowing pink and blue. They were most disturbing to look upon. Another reason to stay out of the ocean.
Come on, there's another shark tank.
They went into the next room, and the tank in front of them was filled with sharks. Again, not very big or frightening. Most were small. Some swam. Some lay on the sandy bottom, and the fish in the tank remained unbothered. When he moved to the next tank, a man floated in the water wearing some sort of contraption. Liam could see bubbles floating above him. "Is that a scuba diver?"
Yep. Are you wanting to try it?
Hardly. The man remained unmolested, and Liam was truly starting to believe that Amber had tricked him into a fear of sharks. They paid the man no attention at all. Amber pointed to another glass tunnel.
That looks like the biggest shark.
Liam wandered into the tunnel to study the beast. It was big compared to the others, with sharp teeth, cold eyes, and leathery skin, but nowhere as big and intimidating as Jaws. Still, he'd not want to get in the tank with it. But it didn't bother the diver, so again, not so alarming. He sighed.
You seem disappointed.
Liam shrugged. I suppose I expected more. The sharks were small for the most part and unaggressive.
Not every shark can be Jaws. They all bite, though. Does that make you feel better?
They've taken swimmers before, you say?
Not very many, but every year someone gets bitten or killed.
Dinna worry, I'll keep you safe. She rolled her eyes.
I'm not exactly worried. I do live in Nevada. Also, since Jaws is a fake mechanical shark made of rubber, I'm not as afraid of it as some people I know.
What? She started to back away toward the stairs.
It's a fake shark in the movie. It's not real. Everyone knows that.
Liam stalked toward her and she laughed, swung around and ran up the stairs. He was right behind her, taking the stairs two at a time. She ran through the store at the top and out into the hotel beyond. He caught her easily, swung her around, and pulled her into his arms. He frowned as she shrieked with laughter. It was hard to control his own mirth, but he kept the frown firmly in place. You're telling me that you've been teasing me, scaring me all to giggle behind my back? She threw back her head and laughed as his fingers gently dug into her ribs.
There is no such thing as a shark that big. Everyone knows that too.
He tickled her some more. This was how you got me into your bed last night, aye? Do you regularly go about frightening poor Scottish lads out of their wits? He tickled her again. She laughed, hysterical now.
Stop. Please stop. No more.
He stopped. I'll be having that apology now, won't I? She clutched him, weak now with only the occasional giggle. She looked beautiful, lying back in his arms, happy and smiling. She reached up to tuck his hair behind his ear.
You're right. I'm sorry, Liam. I thought you were teasing me at first about not knowing about sharks, so I was teasing you back. I shouldn't have done that.
He straightened, hauling her upright. The apology was fine enough, but the merry look in your eyes betrays ye. She chuckled.
I didn't say I didn't enjoy it.
He smiled, wrapped an arm around her shoulders and headed toward an exit. All right, all is forgiven, but I claim the right to repay ye in kind. She giggled.
Bring it.
They walked out of the building and back onto the strip. What would you care to do now, lass?
We could go back to the room.
Liam didn't think that was such a good idea. He wasn't sure he could keep his hands off her, and thought perhaps it was better if they continued to walk around. What else is there to see?
We could go down to Fremont Street. We could video some artists for Roger. He likes to keep track of those things, and I think you'd like all of the...
Something shocked Liam in the back, and pain radiated throughout the area as his body arched in pain and confusion. Weakness dropped him to his knees. Weakened, he turned to see the men he'd defeated earlier. Amber screamed and he reached for her, needing to protect her. They shoved him down, grabbed Amber, and when she resisted, shocked her as well. They stuffed her inside the car. They turned to sneer at him, but he was already moving, slower than usual, but he was almost upon them. One man squawked. The other said, "The big SOB recovered fast." They jumped in the car and accelerated before the doors were even closed. Hate and fear rushed through him, and fists clenched he ran faster than he ever had in life. The car pulled farther and farther away, and he finally slowed to a walk, feeling impotent. He'd lost her. He had no idea how to find her. Only now, too late, he understood. He should have killed them. Amber fought, kicked, scratched, and tried to bite.
What did you do to him? Did you hurt him? I'll kill you.
Stop it, or it'll be all the worse for you. The driver laughed as he watched her struggle in the rearview mirror. Is that little girl too much for the two of you to handle? Screaming, trying to kick, she wrestled with the two men on either side of her as they tied her with duct tape at wrists and ankles. She screamed louder, and more duct tape was roughly plastered over her mouth. Shut up! Amber tried to calm as she sucked in air through her nose. She felt like she was strangling, choking, and she tried not to cry in case her nose clogged and she suffocated. Panic dug sharp claws into her as she forced herself to relax and focus on her breathing. Using her shoulder, then the back of her tied hands, she tried to remove the duct tape from her mouth. One of the men wrenched her hands back onto her lap. Knock it off!
Who are you? Why are you doing this? Where are you taking me?
She sounds like a mummy. One of the men made muffled noises, and all three laughed. She jammed her shoulder into Mr. Smartmouth and was elbowed hard for her efforts. Calm down. She didn't calm. She fought harder than ever, bashing her shoulders into both men on either side of her. Just use the taser on her again. I don't want her peeing in the car. The man to her left leaned his face close to hers. If she doesn't knock it off, he yelled the last three words, I'm gonna punch her in the side of the head. She considered bashing her head to his, but knew she wouldn't escape anyway, and that he'd quickly get his revenge and hurt her worse. Exhausted, wanting to conserve her strength for whatever ordeal lay ahead, the last thing she needed was to be incapacitated when she arrived at her destination, wherever that was. Liam put his hands on his head and turned in a circle, feeling sick, powerless. How did he find her? Would they hurt her? He had to get her back. He couldn't bear it if anything happened to her. His one task, his one job had been to keep her safe, and he'd failed. He looked up at the sky. Sonny, I need you, lass. She'd surely be as disappointed in him as he was in himself, but that didn't signify now. He needed help. He'd lost Amber, released her hand. Shame washed through him in a wave. Sonny! She was nowhere to be found. He cursed the noise of the city, the people staring at him, himself. Mayhap Roger could help, or her father. He scrambled to open his sporran and dig out his phone. Amber's mobile was in there as well. He grabbed his phone, pushed the button, found Roger's name and called. Roger answered on the second ring. Liam, why you calling? Seriously, dude, it's our wedding night, remember? Amber's been taken, stolen away. I didn't know how to find her. Are we talking aliens? Men in black suits. They tried to take us after your wedding as well. I should have killed them. Roger sighed. Believe me, without proper equipment, they aren't easy to kill. Okay, where are you? Mandalay Bay. All right, I know how to find her. Jump in a taxi and come to the Sahara. Call me when you get close and we'll be waiting outside. Liam hailed a cab the moment he hung up. Take me to the Sahara, and quickly, man. Will do. The young man merged into traffic. Faster! He threw a paper bill over the seat. There's more money in it for ye if I get there quickly. You're the boss. The driver swung down a side road. Liam decided to call her father next. He was, after all, working for DeLuca and suspected she'd been taken by the man's enemies. Regardless of DeLuca's certain wrath, he'd take all the help he could get. Chapter 13. He'd alerted Amber's father. The man screamed abuse, accused Liam of all sorts of vile deeds and hung up on him. Liam picked up Roger and Velma outside the Sahara, and Roger instructed the driver to take them to the trailer park. They urged him to ever greater speeds, and when they arrived, paid him handsomely for his efforts. Liam ran to Amber's for his weapons, and Roger to get his computer. Velma sprinted, more agile on high heels than Liam could have imagined. Liam changed into his kilt and boots, strapped on his knives and found Amber's gun. He was ready for battle. He hurried to find Roger, who was also compiling an arsenal of sorts. The big squirt gun, 2 smaller ones, bottles filled with liquid. "Did you find her?" Roger looked at him, his gaze man to man. "Of course I did, and I have my friend Jensen monitoring her. We'll know if they find her tracking device." "Tracking device?" "I put one in her necklace, remember?" As long as they found her, Liam didn't need to know the specifics. Sometimes Roger seemed impractical and silly, but he was obviously a man to be counted on. They went out to Roger's car, stowed their weapons and climbed inside. Velma, having helped Roger with the weapons, threw her arms around him and gave him a kiss.
Be safe, come back to me.
Roger held her tight for a moment before letting her go. His jaw tight, he pulled away. "Don't worry, I've been training for this for years. We're going to bring her back. Have something warm to eat, blankets, and plenty of Gatorade. She'll probably need a hot bath as well." Velma nodded, her expression determined.
I'll be ready.
Liam checked his knives. Roger, his computer open beside him, glanced at a picture with a flashing dot. "I hate to be practical, but we'll have to stop for gas." Liam nodded, not bothering to hide his impatience as they pulled out of the trailer park. They'd find her. He had to believe that. After gassing the car, Roger drove them to an area where the homes gradually grew bigger and bigger, until they all resembled small castles without ramparts, towers, or turrets. Liam stayed on alert as Roger continued to glance at his computer until he pulled over, stopped the car, and turned it off. "I believe she's up ahead." Just then, a man in a black suit crossed the driveway, his eyes alert and searching. Liam didn't recognize the rogue, but he didn't need to. He looked just like the other villains who'd taken Amber. "How are we to get in?" "You're to stay here." "I am not staying here. Amber is a good friend of mine. No way am I leaving her to be studied and probed. The only thing is, I have no doubt they have advanced technology, so we're going to have to be careful to get the drop on them." He looked around at the homes, and cynicism crossed his face. "I should have known they lived in this area. Why have I been looking in the desert? That's probably where they landed years ago, but why wouldn't I consider the fact that they'd be living among the elite, the wealthy? It's so obvious now. Stupid, stupid. I need to think." Liam was already getting out of the car. "Wait, man. What are you going to do?" "My life for hers." Roger stirred as Liam opened the back door and collected his weapons. "I know I'm the one who married today, but that's just romantic, dude." Liam didn't respond, but simply checked his weapons were well hidden, headed up the sidewalk, and stopped at the gate. When he arrived, he grabbed hold of the iron bars, shook them, and bellowed for Amber. It didn't take long for the blackguards to come running. The 3 henchmen slowed as they approached the gate. Liam clasped his hands around the bars so they might think him unarmed. A tall, thin man with a scar on his cheek smirked. "Well, well, what do we have here?" "You'll be taking me to Amber, now, before it goes the worse for ye." The men, all carrying guns, glanced at each other and chuckled. "Did you misplace someone?" Another, more muscular guard asked. "If so, I'm not sure what this has to do with us." Liam studied the guard, saw the bruise he'd personally given him swelling the left side of his face. Dinna waste my time. I'll wish for the girl. Dinna waste my time, one mocked. My what? You'll shake the gate some more? One of the males, the thin one, tried to hit Liam's knuckles with a sharp swipe of his gun, but Liam moved his fingers too quickly. They all laughed. Is that a dress he's wearing? More laughter. I think you're right, the scarred guard said. The man is wearing a blouse and skirt. Are you wearing your undies? Laughter. Are they filming Braveheart 2 in Las Vegas? I hadn't heard. Should we ask for his autograph? More irritating laughter. What happened to ye? Liam smirked at the man he'd injured earlier. You've a face like a scalped horse. Did someone injure ye? The man's jaw jutted. What did you say to me? Did you run into a fist, a well-placed elbow, or did you lay upon a pillow to batter your over-soft skin? All three men raised their guns. Get out of here, said one, while we still let you. Liam wiggled the fingers of his right hand in a wave. Come out and play. 3 against 1. Are ye afraid? The scarred man looked at the other two. What do you say? Should we teach him a lesson? They smiled. I'm in, said the thin one. The other guard tucked his gun in the back of his pants. Me too. At that, the scarred male tapped something with a finger at the side of the gate, and it slowly glided open. Liam backed a few steps, and when the gate was wide enough for the 3 guards to move through it, he exploded into action. With a Highland yell that had chilled many an Englishman, he changed course and ran at them, grabbing one man by the throat as the others went for their guns. He shoved the guard into another, and they both tumbled to the ground as the third lifted his gun. Liam slammed his foot into the man's knee, and the shot went wild as his joint buckled backward, and the man, falling to the ground, screamed in pain. The other 2 were up, and one kicked him flat-footed in the back, sending Liam forward. As the muscular guard scrambled up, Liam used the man's head to catch himself. Another reached for him, and Liam wrenched, then broke his arm, swiping the legs out from under the scarred man. The third guard regained his feet and lifted a gun. Before he could level it, Liam rushed him, broke his wrist, and relieved him of the gun at the same time. As the 3 men lay groaning on the ground, he shoved the gun into his belt, then gathered up their weapons and tossed them as far as he could, over the slight cliff bordering the property. He ran towards the house when a shot rang out, and pain blossomed in his shoulder. He stumbled. It didn't stop him. He rushed inside. Umber! Nothing. He ran up the stairs, going room to room, calling her name. His panic started to grow. He couldn't find her. Maybe downstairs. He heard a scream and moved onto the balcony of a luxurious bedroom. And there she was, bound to a chair beside a pool of water. A man, cross-legged and relaxed, seated across from her. He lowered himself off the balcony, dangled for a moment, then let himself drop. He landed in the landscaped dirt below and rolled, just missing a cactus. He was up and running. Before the guard with Amber even realized it, he was upon him. Liam struck him unconscious. He heard a scream, a crash, and turned to see Amber standing over a man he hadn't seen. She must have swiped with the legs of the chair she was still bound to. Good girl. Liam strode over and made quick work of him, punching him unconscious with 2 hard blows to his temple. Amber's mouth hung open.
I can't believe you're here.
Aye. A bruise darkened one side of her face, and fury blistered his insides. He gently reached to cup her cheek. Are you all right, lass? She nodded, a relieved smile stretching her mouth.
How could you possibly have found me?
He returned her smile and quickly cut her bindings, so glad to have found her, proud to have fought on her behalf and won. He opened his mouth to explain and was shot in the back 3 times. Chapter 14. Amber screamed, disbelief and horror surging through her. Liam dropped to his knees, and she did as well, flinging her arms around him to try and hold him upright. It was no use. He slumped onto his side, and she didn't have the strength to lift him.
Liam!
She shook him, could see his eyes were partially closed, but still moving as he tried to locate her.
Liam!
She shook him again.
Please don't die. Please.
He groaned, and she pushed his dark hair away from his face and cupped his cheeks with her hands.
Stay with me. I'm begging you to stay with me.
She glanced up to see a man holding a gun, walking toward them.
Please call 911. He needs a doctor, or he's going to die.
And that would be such a shame, wouldn't it? Tears flooded her eyes, and she could barely see the man.
I'll do anything. I don't know what you want or who you are. I don't know why you brought me here, but I suspect it has something to do with my father. Please, if you save this man, get him an ambulance. I'll do anything you want.
The man squatted down beside her, his gun steady as he pointed it at her chest. Amber DeLuca, you'll do anything I want anyway. Amber. Liam whispered the words, and her head jerked back toward him.
Liam, can you hold on? You need to live.
I have to tell you, lass. His voice was weak, so she leaned down closer, face to face.
Stay with me, Liam, please. Be strong and stay with me.
I love you, lass.
Oh, Liam.
Tears filled her eyes, but she tried to stop herself from crying so she could hear him, so he could hear her.
I love you too.
I was so alone. We were all so alone for so long. Then to meet you after all this time, I didn't care if I die again, do you see? To meet ye, to love ye, 'twas more than I expected or ever hoped for. Her eyes clenched tight, but she could not stop the tears from spilling over.
You just hold on.
Ye are everything I didn't know I wished for. Your spirit, your kindness, the sweetness in your heart. I'll not forget ye, lass. From this life to the next, you'll be sheltered within my heart. You're better than anything I could have imagined. Ye are my greatest adventure.
Oh, Liam, you're breaking my heart. Please don't leave. I love you. I do. I love your joy in life, your smile, the way you talk, and the way you look at me. I love it how you see the world. And through knowing you, my own has become brighter. Please, I can't bear it if you die.
Oh, for the love of St. Pete and all that's holy, if I have to hear this for another second, I'm going to end up shooting myself.
Okay.
Amber barely spared him a glance.
You do that.
Just shut up. He raised his gun. Amber threw herself over Liam and felt his body jerk from the force of the bullet. He was dead. She could see he'd stopped breathing. His mouth went slack and his eyes stared at nothing. Grief roared up within her, and with a loud scream that rose up from the depths of her soul, she turned and attacked the man behind her.
You killed him!
She scratched at his face.
You killed him!
She hit, punched, scratched, and though the man tried to subdue her, he couldn't. Nothing touched her now. He dropped his gun, and she kicked it into the swimming pool. She stomped on his foot, and must have hit it just right, because he howled in pain and went down on the ground. She kicked him in the stomach, tried for his groin, leaned down to beat her fists upon his back as he curled up into himself, all the while screaming her pain. She'd known Liam for such a short while, but something within her had recognized him from the moment she met him. He was hers, she was his, and now he was gone, and she was alone. Another scream rose up within her, and she turned away, sank down onto a bench, and pressed her face into her hands and sobbed. Liam woke with a start and could hear Amber crying. He pushed himself up on his arms and looked around. A man rose to stand over Amber, knife in hand. "You little witch! I should kill you for that!" Amber's head shot up.
But you can't, can you? You brought me here for a reason, didn't you? And I bet any amount of money it has something to do with my father, so you can't lay a finger on me, can you?
Good girl. Liam struggled to lift his head, which felt weighted and heavy. He'd liked her sass from that first moment when he'd seen her fighting against her kidnappers. The scarred guard came around the corner of the house, immediately followed by Amber's father, who held a gun in his hand. Seconds later, Victor followed. Niall DeLuca glanced around until he spotted his daughter. He gestured to his prisoner to walk in her direction. "Amber, are you okay?" Her head lifted, and she wiped away tears.
I'm all right, Dad. Is there any chance you're here to wreak havoc? Because if you are, I want you to start with this guy. He's a murderer, and I want him in jail.
She sobbed the last word. "Whatever you say, baby."
In jail, Dad, not Dad.
Suddenly, more men swarmed around the corner, and DeLuca was fighting. And if his expression was anything to go by, having a fun time doing it. The man beside Amber lunged for her. "Set me up, will you?" Amber struggled with the man who'd shot Liam in the back. His energy started to return, and he fought his way toward Amber. The fact that she was in the midst of battle was making him lose his mind. She could not be hurt. He wouldn't allow it. He couldn't lose her. He wouldn't allow that either. The man tried to wrestle Amber into submission, lifting a knife as he was about to plunge it into her. "Hey, DeLuca, look over here. I want you to see what I'm about to do to your precious daughter." "Amber, no! Victor, save her!" Liam lifted his dagger and prayed for it to fly through, as with all his might he drew back his arm and threw it. It sank deep into the other man's throat, and gasping, gurgling, he fell backward. Liam was shaking, sweating, and scared as he made his way to her and scooped her into his arms. He'd almost lost her. She started to touch him, her hands smoothing over his face, his shoulders.
How are you alive? You've been shot.
She struggled to get down.
I can't believe you're alive. Are you wearing a bulletproof vest?
"I dinna know. Mayhap the witch." And speaking of the witch, Liam looked down at Amber, and he could feel it. This was the end of his time here. This, saving Amber, making sure she lived a long and happy life. This was what he was there for. He needed to tell her everything before Sonny arrived. Amber needed to understand. He didn't want her thinking he'd deserted her. He wanted her to know, long after he was gone, that she'd been loved. He didn't want to go at all. He scooped her up in his arms and ran around the side of the house, through the yard and to the front gate, now standing open and unguarded. He felt he could run forever. If there was a way to outpace a witch, he'd find it. Chapter 15.
Hello, Liam.
Sonny's sweet voice, coming out of the darkness, stopped him. He looked right, then left, wondering where he could hide, realizing he couldn't. "Is it over, then?" Liam voiced the question as agony flooded him, hurting worse than any bullet could. It was too soon. He wasn't ready yet. He held Amber close to him. He just wasn't ready. He couldn't take his eyes off of Amber, knowing any second would be his last chance to look at her beautiful face.
You know it's the end we're at.
He did know, and his shoulders slumped. "Thank you, sonny, for this chance. 'Tis been a wild ride. Life, living, it's everything I remember, but much, much more. I hadn't known what I was missing before. I didn't remember it being so vivid."
That's what falling in love will do to you.
She said the words softly and with kindness.
Are you then? Are you in love, number 42?
Aye. There was no need to hide it.
Does that mean you're to stay?
Liam wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. "Stay? Can I?"
Well, you did save the girl. I always like it when that happens. And she did try to save you as well. You seem a deserving enough couple.
Liam couldn't speak.
But if you didn't wish the opportunity?
Liam straightened. "Nay, I mean I do want the chance."
There is a catch. You'll have to renounce your revenge against the Bonnie Prince, of course. Are you willing?
He glanced back at Amber, snug within his arms. "What say you, lass? Will you have me then?" She smiled at him, her dark hair a cloud around her face, and she'd never looked more beautiful to him.
Yes, Liam. Always and forever.
She said it like she'd never doubted, and he realised she hadn't. She didn't know his story, or hadn't believed him anyway. "Aye, sonny, I accept. But what of my brothers? Did they get the same chance? Are they here as well?" He heard her laughter, but she was gone. "Hold your hands up, and don't move a muscle," Roger's voice called out of the darkness.
Roger? Is that you?
"Stop right there." Amber glanced over at Roger, and Liam came to a halt. Roger, stance wide, had his squirt gun out and was pointing it at them.
Roger?
Amber's eyes widened.
What's going on?
"I know what you are, MacGregor, if that's your real name, which I doubt very much. You're an alien, and you know what? That sucks, man. I really liked you. But I suppose that was the point, wasn't it? I even took you on a covert mission out to Area 51. I suppose you were spying, trying to shake loose secrets. I could lose my AA card over this if anyone finds out I took you there. Man, the things that I told you." Amber looked at him blankly.
You're in Alcoholics Anonymous? But I've seen you drink before, and never to excess.
Roger sighed and shook his head, as if disappointed. "Aliens Anonymous, Amber. Sheesh." Amber impatiently wiggled free, and Liam set her on her feet.
Roger, what are you talking about?
"I think it's pretty obvious that Liam is an alien. He's infiltrated our trailer park, probably to get to me. I can't believe I didn't see it before. He doesn't know basic things he should know, and he's never seen Jaws before, or gone four-wheeling, and he carries weird coins around that are worth a fortune, and his Scottish accent is completely off, plus the money thing. Who carries around tons of cash the way he does?"
How would you know his accent is off? From the internet?
Roger scoffed. "From the movies. Keep up, Amber." Amber lifted a hand.
I really believe you're wrong about this.
"Of course you do, Amber. It's pretty much a given you've been brainwashed. He probably put you in a pod or something and wiped your memories. But don't worry, I know what to do." He lifted his squirt gun. Amber lifted a hand.
Wait!
"Don't worry, Amber. If you're still human, this won't hurt a bit." Roger doused them both.
Ah!
Amber screamed and tried to duck, to protect her eyes. It reeked of detergent, lemons, and ammonia. Liam pulled Amber into his arms and turned them both away from the stream as Roger continued to squirt the smelly formula at his back.
Roger, stop! That stuff stinks!
Amber hunched, grateful for the protection of Liam's big body.
You saw what happened. We need to get out of here.
Roger stopped. "I don't understand. His skin should have burned and melted. I know I got the formula right." Liam turned back. "Roger, I'm as human as ye are, laddie. I swear it to ye." "I don't think so. I was coming to get help and I saw you get shot. When those men showed up, I hid and saw you get up, completely uninjured. Then you were talking with a dark-haired girl who appeared and then disappeared again. I saw it." "That's not what you saw." "Look, alien, you're not taking Amber for your sick probing purposes. Have I mentioned how disappointed I am in you? Disillusioned too. Velma is going to freak, and I'm pretty sure you've broken Amber's heart."
No, I'm good.
Amber replied from the safety of Liam's arms. "Now you say that, but when you come to realize that this alien has fooled you, you're gonna need therapy." "I'm not an alien, laddie. I'm a ghost, or I was one anyway."
What?
Both of them said and looked at him. Amber widened her eyes at Liam.
Liam? Roger is my friend, and I'd really appreciate you not messing with his mind that way.
"I'm ready to tell you everything." "Amber!" She could see her father walking toward her in the distance, Victor behind him. Though she was relieved that he was fine, she really didn't want to talk to him right now.
Come on, explanations can wait until we get home. Let's get out of here.
In the end, they had gone to the trailer park, taken long showers to get rid of the smell of Roger's alien repellent. Roger and Velma returned an hour later. Liam explained everything, retelling the story he'd told her once before, the Battle of Culloden Moor, haunting the place for centuries with his brothers and comrades, the witch arriving to set them free in exchange for a good deed, the chance at revenge, and the choice he'd made. Amber finally spoke.
Let me get this right. You died at Culloden Moor 270 years ago?
"Aye." Amber nodded.
Okay. And you had 2 of your brothers with you, and a witch who brought you back to life to do a good deed? Which you did tonight.
"You did as well, lass." She nodded.
And your 2 brothers went before you, and you think they might be around somewhere as well?
"They may or may not have stuck around."
And you were sticking around.
"If it's a choice between you and the revenge, I'd choose you every time, lass." She nodded. She looked over at Roger and Velma.
What do you think?
"We could call Jensen. He could find his brothers." She was torn, thrilled that Liam was indicating he planned to stay, and worried he had some sort of mental illness. But he didn't look it. He looked sincere. But then, wouldn't someone with mental health issues look sincere? As Roger and Velma went outside to make a phone call, Amber pulled her own phone out of Liam's sporran.
What are your brothers' names again?
"Gareth MacGregor, Aidan MacGregor." A website came up, listing both names. She went to the website, and there were some pictures to go along with the names. Pictures that looked very similar to Liam. According to the website, the men both lived in Washington State. Without a word, she handed over her phone. Liam was stunned. "They're here. I could call them." She nodded, not knowing what to say, still wondering if he was insane.
Do you want me to dial the number for you?
He realized she was trembling, scared to death. "Aye." After she dialed, he took the phone and listened to it ring. Gareth answered with a curt hello. "Gareth?" Liam stuttered out his brother's name. "Liam?" "Aye." Gareth yelled for Aidan. "'Tis Liam! He's on the phone!" Hearing his brother's voice, hard and real for the first time in centuries, had Liam's throat seizing up as disbelief coursed through him. "Liam!" It was Aidan this time. Liam was nodding, but couldn't speak. His brothers, here. He wanted to see them. Needed to. "Liam, is that you, lad?" Roger waited until they came back into the room, and Amber rose to meet him. Talking softly, she could hear him mention his brothers, and was grateful for the moments as it gave him time to get himself together. "Laddie!" He started to sob, and Amber came up behind him. She was rubbing his back, and he turned and wrapped an arm around her, and when she sank into him, warm and real, he pressed his cheek against her head and took a steadying breath. "Aye," he finally choked the word out. "'Tis me." He heard his brothers yell out in triumph. Then Gareth was back. "Where are ye? We'll come for ye, no matter where ye are. We'll find ye." "Las Vegas." There was more talking on the other end of the line. "We're to fly to ye. Give us your exact location and we'll find ye." Aidan was back. "You're staying, aren't you, laddie? Sansoray has given you a choice." He took a breath, finally gaining a semblance of calm. "I am." Another yell of triumph, and he could hear both brothers laughing and celebrating in the background. There were female voices as well. "And ye have a lady?" "Aye, her name is Amber. Come and get us, will ye? Hand Amber the phone, and we'll be on our way." Epilogue. 5 months later, Christmas in Harmony Falls, Washington. Amber was helping her sister-in-laws in Lisa and Gareth's new kitchen. This was the third time she and Liam had come out to Washington. First for the reunion, then for their wedding, and now for Christmas. They'd be moving here soon, and she couldn't wait. Male laughter exploded from the living room once more as Gareth, Aidan, and Liam played some sort of game. At least they weren't outside admiring Liam's new Aston Martin again. The man treated it like a precious child. Still, she loved the sound of their laughter and exchanged smiles with Lisa and Zoe. She adored having so much family, and the two women had become like the sisters she'd never had. Last July, when Liam's brothers retrieved them from Las Vegas, the reunion had been incredible. Not only for the 3 men, but for the women in their lives as well. Yes, their story had been hard to swallow at first. Common sense and practicality ruled her after all. She'd had to be that way with her father acting like a child her entire life. All the same, accepting there were magical and unexplainable happenings in the world had given her a new sense of wonder and open-mindedness. Roger had an easier time with it. In fact, he'd had no problem whatsoever believing Liam was a former ghost, though he had been a little disappointed that Liam wasn't an alien. Still, in his mind, a ghost was better. As he'd said, at least the dude belongs on our planet. Plus, Liam and his brothers had all donated to his Save the Trees fund, and for Roger, that had pretty much cinched it. Aliens were notoriously cheap and wanted to harm the planet and its occupants. Aliens simply weren't charitable, ergo Liam wasn't one. Liam had proposed gratifyingly fast. They'd married near Aidan and Zoe's house at a small chapel in the woods in front of a priest. Liam's family had been very involved in the September wedding, and Ian and Samantha MacGregor had even come all the way from Scotland, though how they were related was still sort of vague. Ian was quite bossy and constantly fussing over everyone and everything, and generally acting as if it was his right to do so. His wife Samantha, however, was a sweetheart and a famous archaeologist. They were an interesting couple. Roger, Velma, and Amber's father had attended as well. Her father walked her down the aisle. He'd been a little disappointed in the quaintness of the ceremony, as he'd had big plans to marry her in style.
Amber, what are you smiling about?
Lisa asked, as she scooped German chocolate pie onto plates, her pregnant belly getting in the way. Amber dried another of the plates Zoe handed to her.
I was just thinking about my wedding and how beautiful it was. I love that church. Though if it had been up to my father, we'd have been married at the Bellagio.
Both girls chuckled.
I do love that church, too,
Zoe said.
Has your father become accustomed to the fact that you're moving here? I think so. I think he's happy I'll be out of reach of his enemies.
Zoe shook her head.
I bet.
Lissa shot her a sympathetic glance and called out.
It's time for pie.
3 men traipsed into the kitchen, each one going directly to his wife. Liam wrapped an arm around her and squeezed her against his side as he kissed the top of her head. It looks good. Aidan bent to give Zoe a long kiss before lifting his head. I'll not say no to pie. Gareth pulled his wife against his chest and cupped her belly. How is our daughter this day, and her sweet mother? Lissa giggled.
That's the 5th time you've asked me that since breakfast. We're still fine.
And I'll continue to ask every day, Gareth chided. So, Christmas in Scotland next year? Liam asked. At the new place. Ian thinks it'll be ready by next summer.
Ha!
Lissa snorted.
As if you boys can ever agree on what our home away from home should look like.
Lissa sighed as she leaned back against Gareth.
But I have to admit, I can't wait to go back.
That's the plan, Aidan said. Though with Zoe expecting and Smutha trying for another babe, we may have to go earlier. Everyone started to scream at once.
Zoe is expecting?
We're going to have another babe in the family. Gareth sounded pleased.
Oh my gosh, congratulations!
Lissa clapped. Zoe glowed under the onslaught of well wishes, her hand firmly enclosed in Aidan's.
We're due in June and we're so happy about it.
Amber didn't dare look at Liam, or he'd give them away for sure. They'd just found out they were expecting as well, but she wanted to keep it between them for a bit longer and hugged the secret close. After they'd calmed, Lissa insisted they take the pie into the living room. Liam picked up 2 plates of pie, and Amber followed, enjoying the huge space with its stone fireplace, log beams and comfortable furniture. A huge Christmas tree dominated the space, reminding her of the fun morning spent opening gifts, and she touched the necklace around her throat and smiled. She sank close to Liam on the overstuffed sofa, and as they ate, once again conversation turned to the new real estate venture the brothers were involved in. She finished her pie and curled close to Liam, her head on his shoulder, as he rifled through the travel magazine she had an article in. He paused for a long moment. Did ye know there is a large mountain to climb, the tallest in the world, called Mount Everest? He glanced up. Has anyone heard tell of it? Should we go there and see? His brothers groaned. Amber just smiled. With Liam, life was always about the next grand adventure. She wouldn't have him any other way. This has been Liam, The Ghosts of Culloden Moor, Book 14, written by Diane Darcy, narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Copyright 2015 by Diane Darcy. Production copyright by Diane Darcy.